Good morning. It's good now? Yeah. Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considered applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning, and that applies to the property, permission to extend or alter non-conforming uses, and also consents to serve property to create new lots. My name is Yin Chen. I will be chairing today's hearing, and I also like to introduce our panel members today. And from my far left is Mr. Philip Goss and Mr. Larry McCain, Gary McCain, Paul Gauguin, and Larry Clay. And our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is Nicole Evanov. And I also like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anasazi, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submission in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means from WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphones, or telephones, and have the options of participating through video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. And we ask you also mute your devices until you are called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will only be visible during your 5 minutes speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be restated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. How to receive a copy of the decision. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and also Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notice and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Board, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, such those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of committee. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decisions of the committee. And now I will read out this hearing procedure, and I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When you are making your submission, when you're making your submission. When application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment when you're reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation and other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept material at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and then make a presentation to the committee on the application. And please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee might decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate, and then all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Then individual either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call speakers in the hearing room, then we'll be inviting the people participating through WebEx. Committee member may ask questions of each speaker after they finish the presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into a committee for decision. And that is the end of the procedure. And then now we would like to confirm, is there any conflict of interest from the panel and from the staff for this morning session?
Through you, Madam Chair, none from staff.
No either or no. Okay. Okay, is there some minutes of meeting to be...
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, there are minutes from the May 21st and May 28th hearing that are ready for adoption.
Can we have a motion to adopt those minutes? Yes, Mr. McKay, yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair. So I would move that the minutes from those two prior meetings be now approved and adopted by this committee.
Yeah. And as let's second, please. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Gogan, second. All in favor? All in favor, we adopt those minutes. And are there any requests for deferral for this session?
Through you, Madam Chair, first for the record, there are no files to be closed or withdrawn this morning. In terms of deferral requests, yes, Madam Chair, there is one deferral request for this morning's agenda. That is item number 18, municipal address of 404 Glenhome Avenue, file number A0280/25TEY. There are 2 registered speakers for this item, and the agent is online.
Okay, so we can actually hear this first, right, to deal with this number.
Through the chair, yes, it appears we have both speakers online as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're ready.
Through the chair, you can read the purpose of application.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Number 18. Oh, application number, item number 18 is 404 Glenhome Avenue. The purpose for this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling. It's a 4-plex with a weird exterior stair leading to all levels, and a covered front porch with stairs and a weird basement walkout. The existing rear 1-story auxiliary building, which is a garage, will be demolished. We have received a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, 2 photographs of trees of the property, covering letter from the agent, and a deferral request from an agent, and tree protection plan from the agent. Commenting, well, we have received comments from urban forestry, tree protection plan review. And opposition, we have 402 Glenhome Avenue. Yeah, we are going to deal with the deferral request first. Let's speak to that, and then let's have the agent and tell us why they need a deferral, please. Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Christian Chan, planner and an agent for the applicant, and my address is Suite 138, 157, Adelaide Street, West Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah.
So the purpose of this deferral request is regarding a number of items, one being the neighbor at 402 Glenhome has raised an issue with the proposed demolition of the semi-detached garage at the rear. So we would like to continue further discussions with the neighbor to resolve that issue in particular, amongst the other ones raised in their letter of objection. Secondarily, there is a zoning notice that was received by Toronto Buildings, which has a number of variances identified on it that are not applicable to fourplexes. So we are waiting to resolve that with Toronto Buildings. The examiner was sick. They were advised on May 20th of the errors, and there's also 2 variances that are omitted from the zoning notice that we received as well that we would like to resolve with Toronto Buildings. And I hope that the examiner is returned from being sick so we can discuss that. And some revisions to the plans, which have been noted to include a garden suite on it, which would also cause the examiner to require further review of a site plan as well. So therefore, we're seeking a deferral. The public notice was posted on the property. However, I did not submit the signed declaration of the sign posting as well. Okay,
thank you. Yes. So we would like to invite whoever wants to speak to this item up here for the deferral request. Yeah. Yeah. It seems that one of the reasons is to have further discussion with you anyway. You know, the deferral will allow him to do that. Yeah.
To address some of the issues, yes.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons he gave, yeah.
My name is Sylvia Kessel. I'm the owner of 402 Glenhome Avenue, and unfortunately, I came down here today, so if this is deferred, I will have to come back. But I understand the developer has some issues they want to resolve, and I welcome further discussion. We only had a brief conversation, actually, with someone from Mod City, who is the new purchaser. So, yeah, I welcome some discussion with them.
Yes.
Hopefully we can resolve some of these things.
Okay, so you agree to the deferral?
Yes.
And I think it will probably work out better.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we do have a registered speaker online.
Oh, we do. I see. Okay.
Susanna, you've been unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. Hi, everybody. So we are owners of 406 Glenhome. My parents own that house, so it's right beside the proposal.
We cannot get your name. Can you repeat your name and address? It's sort of a little bit soft. Your voice is a little.
Sure, no problem. Sorry. My name is Susanna Nunez. Is this better?
Yes, much better.
Oh, thank you. So my name is Susanna Nunez. We reside at 406 Glenhome, so right beside the dwelling of the proposed dwelling at 404 Glenhome. So my concerns with the 3-story dwelling, it is obviously.
Sorry, the applicant is requesting deferral. So we are only addressing whether we will defer this case. So we are not going to hear this case if it's granted. So can you address the deferral request? Do you agree with the deferral or not? That's the only question we ask now. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question for you before I answer that question, if I may. Will there be another opportunity to address our concerns?
Certainly, yeah. I think there will be more time even if the agent might be able to even reach out to you. More time.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, we can, I'll agree to the deferral at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, yes. Okay, so are they all the speakers? Oh,
Through the chair, that's correct. There are no more registered speakers.
okay, now we're back in committee, so all this, they all agree to the deferral. So we have a motion to, and I think it's a reasonable request. They seem to have a few things to deal with. Yeah, Mr. Goss, yes.
Sure, yeah, I'll move to defer. I think the reasons given for the deferral make sense. And there'll be an opportunity for the neighbors to speak when this is back before the committee. So I
Okay.
move to defer.
Anyone, 1 second? Yeah, it's second, but, yeah. Sorry. Paul again, yeah. All in favor? Yes, sorry, yeah, I got distracted, yeah, sorry. Just wait that, I got distracted by the computer. Yeah, I want to mute that, yeah. Okay.
Through the chair, we're just having some audio or video issues with the chair's computer. Just ask for your patience for 1 moment.
I think it's okay.
But I think you have to mute this because I have echoes from here. I don't even know how to, I think you have to run.
Is your microphone off on your computer?
Yeah, that's why I have to turn it off. We cannot get to it.
The mouse is not working.
No, let me try. Because sometimes you have to go out and then back here. Oh.
Turn your mic off while you're...
Again, to everyone watching, we're just trying to correct a technical issue with the chair's computer. If you'll indulge your patience, thank you. Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we'll just recap the last vote then. So Member GOUGH made the motion to defer for item 18 and seconded by Member Gogan. And you were asking all in favor?
Yeah, all in favor? Yes, it's, approve the deferral. Yeah, so the next item is, go back to item number 1. Is 130 Wsley Street. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a first floor addition and a rear basement walkout with stairs. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot. The committee had before a copy of survey site plan, floor plans, elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, elevations, and a cover letter from the agent, 5 photographs of the property, and presentation material. We also received a comment from a community planning and an advisory comment from MetroLink. And we have concern letter from Lauren Lee and Daniel James by me, but they do not give us the address. And we have oppositions from 31 Markham Street.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and we have 1 speaker here in person in interest.
Ida, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 130 Wolseley Street.
Yes, and let me check. Do we have any other speakers? Yeah, you have opposition here. Can you give us a 5-minute presentation, maximum 5 minutes, please?
Yes. What we are proposing here is a addition alteration to the existing dwelling with 4 units. And the units that we are proposing will be family oriented. We have worked with planning, as you saw from the staff report from planning. Sorry, I'm hearing a lot of feedback in the background, so I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So we have worked with planning on this matter. So the proposal that we have is in the Trinity Bellwoods area. And we do have a main wall. I just go through the variances. So we are asking for a main wall height facing the side lot line. And this is primarily due to the flat roof. So one of the, something that we worked out with planning was we have stepped back the 3rd floor. So we are proposing a flat roof. I will say that the finished floor height are proposed 9 feet. And the massing impacts will be minimized by the 1.4 step back at the 3rd floor, and further minimized by the fenestration along the west side, which will break up the massing of that west wall. Planning was quite satisfied with what we are doing in stepping back that 3rd floor, as that will give the optics of a 2-story. However, if you see the photo on page 3, you can see that south and east we have high rises, well, mid rises, I shall say. And the variances number 2 and 3 are existing. What we've done is we've reworked the stairs at the back because the current stairs and the current walkout is not safe. So we have reworked the stairs at the back. One of the other conditions that we discussed with planning is because it is existing, the footprint is remaining, we're just adding on top. And what we're going to do is we are adding some trees where possible. That whole west side will all be landscaped, and the owners have agreed that they will landscape that. That is not an issue at all. So what we're proposing is a thoughtfully designed, family-oriented residential units in a neighborhood that has excellent access to TTC, schools, and green spaces. These units are proposed for families seeking a balance of urban convenience and community living, which we're proposing. We have a mix. We have first, second, and third floor have 2 bedrooms each. And in the basement, we have 1 bedroom. I respectfully submit that the application that we are proposing for the multiplex does fit this neighborhood and will be well serviced by the area.
Okay, you finished, right? So maybe we will hold our question to you later, but we would like to hear the opposition now. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, I appreciated hearing the presentation on Wsley. I have no questions, concerns, or opposition. Thanks.
Did you give us your name and address, please? Yeah.
Michael Prince, 13 Robinson Street.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes. So it seems that he doesn't have any questions, and so now the panel. Do you have any question to the agent, please? Yeah. Anything else you want to address the panel before we're going to move into a discussion now?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe I've touched all the subjects, and even I've also addressed the concern of the letter that was submitted. As I mentioned, I think at this point everyone's concern was that it was going to be a rooming house. It is not. It's family oriented. Actually, the owner will be living in this home with his mother too. He will be taking one of the units. So I believe I have addressed all matters, and I have also addressed all matters with planning, who are now satisfied.
Mm-hmm. This one quick question is that there's an existing driveway, right, from the other street, Markham Street. Is that going to be kept as a driveway, or it's not going to change, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, that will all be landscaped. Oh. That's currently, that area is being used as a driveway. That will all be landscaped. And as I mentioned, we will also be landscaping the entire west side.
Oh, so did you, is that after the discussion with the planning that you offer that option, or the landscaping?
Through you, yes, through you, Madam Chair. The rear yard was always the intent of landscaping, and just to further confirm, they just wanted to advise that they would also like that west side, even though that west side, and I did mention that west side is city property. Yes. However, we will be calling forestry and having them come and install an additional tree as planning has requested.
Okay, so we will impose the planning conditions here, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, there are 2 conditions from, yeah. All right, thank you.
Chair, I'm happy to take this one. I think this is an entirely reasonable proposal. This is an area of downtown which is characterized by fairly dense urban form and a fair number of rental units, and I think this is a positive addition to that stock in this area. I was pleased to see the additional landscaping being introduced. I think that makes a great deal of sense. And the setback of the 3rd story, I think, goes some distance to mitigate some of the massing. So I think this is quite a reasonable application and a supportable approach to this particular area, given, as I say, it's a corner lot. So if no one else has any thoughts or observations, I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application subject to forestry condition number 1 and the 2 planning conditions.
Yes. And then 1 more second, please. Yeah, yeah, Mr. Goughh, second. And all in favor? All in favor, approved unanimously. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
We move to item number 3. Item number 3 is 409 Northcliffe Boulevard. This is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing ground floor addition.
Sorry, through the chair, we should be on item number 2.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I jumped ahead. I thought that we done. Okay, oh, sorry. The next item, number 2, is 78 Gladstone Avenue. The purpose of this application is to legalize and maintain the existing 3-story semi-detached, it's a 4+, and we have 2nd and 3rd floor balconies and with a rear basement walkout. And currently is under construction with a permit. And this application is to reconstructing the north wall of the dwelling that was demolished without authorized building permit. Also, to alter the existing 2-story auxiliary building containing 1 laneway suite, and currently is also under construction with under permit application. Abutting the laneway, there's a laneway suite abutting Elmer Avenue. There will be a total of 4 dwelling units on this lot. A total of 5 dwelling units on this lot. We also receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 3 photographs of the property, and a cover letter from agent and the decision affecting the subject property, and an order to comply affecting the property. We also receive comment from Urban Forestry, Metro Links, and an advisory comment from the Urban Forestry. And we have 6 signatures of support. And that's all the material we have received, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's also the Metrolinx report.
I mentioned that we have received comment, advisory comment from Metrolinx, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, not advisory in this case, just a straight memo with conditions from Metrolinx. We have no registered speakers for this item, and the agent is online.
Okay, thank you.
David, you've been unmuted.
Thank you so much. Hello, it's David Riley from SGL Planning and Design. Address is 1547 Bloor Street West in Toronto.
Yes. We do not have any opposition for this application. I'm going to see our panel want to have a presentation or need to have a presentation first. You guys require a presentation? Do we have questions?
I have a question.
Yes, we do not need a presentation from you, but we do have some questions. Please.
Sure.
I thought your cover letter was actually quite good in explaining what happened to the main dwelling. I did want to chat a little bit about the laneway suite. You're asking for an increase in height, but I did notice that you are excavating. You're actually excavating a basement. So I'm just wondering why you need the extra height, given that you're planning to go, you're excavating down anyways.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's something actually that I inquired about when this came back. This, of course, was something that's been before the committee, and I was the agent on the file that brought this to committee.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the owner at the time sold to a new owner who was actually developing what was approved. And so my question was, what's going on with the laneway suite? Why is it taller? Because it's the same footprint, it's the exact same design and the same setbacks and everything. It's been constructed. The shell of it has been constructed, including the roof. The issue is they didn't dig down deep enough according to the plans that they should have. And so it ends up that it is taller than what was approved. And so I took of course, as a planner, you got to look to see, okay, well, are we still meeting the intent of the bylaw here? I've satisfied myself that I could support this variance request, although it's unfortunate that it wasn't constructed in accordance with those plans, and now we're here seeking a variance. I do believe that the additional height, we still do have that angled roof that certainly helps with the massing, and that was there, of course, to deal with the angular plane variance, which is the second part of this, although I'm not sure if that's required given Bill 185, but nevertheless, it's on the list. And just in relation, the proposed massing in relation to the surrounding properties, this is a corner lot, and so it's a bit of a unique opportunity for a building to actually face, have a street presence along Alma, and part of it is many landscaping improvements that will occur. Given its relationship to the neighboring property to the west on Alma, and it's still being shorter in relation to that, and in my opinion, not having any negative impact on the property to the south. And of course, we have supporting signatures from both neighboring property owners immediately adjacent on Alma and on Gladstone. I do think that the variance is minor. Again, unfortunate that it wasn't constructed, and that hence the stop work order here and the need to comply. But through my assessment, I do believe that it is appropriate.
Okay, and the height of the two floors are standard height? You're not seeking like 9 or 10 foot ceilings? No,
they're actually 8 feet. I asked about that, if there was an opportunity to actually reduce that, but because they're 8 foot floor to ceiling, it wouldn't really be desirable to go lower than that. That's kind of the baseline standard, in my opinion. That's where we're at, and hoping that it's acceptable to the committee as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we're in committee. Yes.
I'm happy to, again, Chair, to take this one. I thought, again, as I said, I thought the agent's cover letter did a really good job of explaining the circumstances and why we're back here today. I do recall, I think you were on the panel with me when this one was brought forward. And I think the explanation which he just gave about, the contractor making an error explains why the extra height. I would agree with him that the extra height, given the context, I don't think is going to pose any incremental impact on the neighbors. So I think it's a supportable application.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I remember this application too.
Sure. I did have a question. Sorry, can I just go? A question? I have a little note here saying, have you seen the forestry advisory memo? Have you, sir?
Yes, I have seen that. Yes.
It makes reference to transportation needing to do something. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, it's because basically all of the land that you see in between the wall of the house and the street is actually within the public right of way. And so there a lot of landscaping improvements are proposed for within that space. And so we're going to have to talk to forestry transportation as we move through the process. And, I haven't been involved in those discussions that have happened so far because it's part of the building process, but I know that they need to continue speaking, and I've seen those advisory comments that were sent.
Thanks. There is a condition for forestry. Nicole, do we have to make reference to the transportation issue, or can we be silent on it?
Through the chair, there's technically no condition from urban forestry or transportation on this application.
Okay, so
the only conditions were from Metrolinx.
Okay.
The Metrolinx is
a condition or an advisory?
This is a,
Through the chair, it's conditions from Metrolinx for environmental easement and warning clause. So it's up to the members if they desire to impose those
We
conditions.
typically don't do the environmental easement.
Correct.
Okay.
what's the,
Then there's the warning clause.
Just the warning clause, okay.
Just warning.
So I'll move approval of this application, subject to Metrolinx's warning clause. I don't think we need to impose the environmental easement. There is no forestry condition here, it's just the advisory memo.
yes.
Okay?
Okay, and one second. Mr. McCain, second. All in favor with that memo condition thing? All in favor? It's approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And then next item is number 3. That was number 3. 409 Northcliffe Boulevard. And this is to alter existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a ground floor addition. That is including a basement. A complete second and third story addition with rear balconies and a rear ground floor deck with stairs. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot. We also received a survey site plan for plans elevations and a revised site plan for plans and elevation and a red line public notice from the agent and 2 photographs of the tree and cover letter from the agent and decision affecting the property. And we also received an arborist report. We received comment from Urban Forestry, and we received a letter of concern or interest from 402 Northcliffe Boulevard, and also we have received opposition from 404 Northcliffe Boulevard, and also a petition of 10 signatures in opposition.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have this agent online, and we have a few registered speakers in interest in opposition. I will also highlight that the applicant submitted the revised plans and red line notice amending variances. You may wish to start with the amendments.
Yes, yeah, that's good. Can we have the agent now? And the first thing is to go through the amendment first. Yeah.
Imran, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, good morning. This is Architect Imran Khan. I'm here on behalf of the owner. My address is 1906 Parkside, Pickering.
Okay. You have made a couple of amendments on the agenda. Can you go through them with us now before presentation? Yeah.
Yeah, we have 2 amendments, item 5 and item 6. Item 5 is regarding the main floor height. So we tried to reduce the main floor height, but our existing basement floor, that is, we are keeping. If we reduce the main floor height further, we will not have the clear height for the basement that much. That will not be that much functionable. So we tried our best and we reduced to 1.54 meter instead of 1.66 meter. That was at the beginning we proposed. Now our amendment is 1.54 meter. Okay. And that's second, that's item 6. That is for the balconies. We are proposing 2 balconies, second and third floor. We had previously the second story balcony that was very big. Now we reduced to 5 square meter, and also the third floor we have the same size of the balcony. So these 2 amendments we have currently.
Mm-hmm. So the 5 square meter is the total area, right, of the balcony?
Each balcony, yeah, 5 square. And also we are proposing privacy screen on the both side of the balcony.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you do have some opposition here. We require you to give us a presentation. Can you do it in 5 minutes, please? Yeah.
Yeah, I also read those opposition. Mainly they have the concern about the parking, and also they have the concern about the side yard setback and the balcony sizes. Balcony sizes we already revised and make it smaller, very smaller than previously proposed, as I described. And for units, those four units we proposed, and there is no parking variances we have. So that is approved by the current zoning bylaw, parking requirement. And for the side yard setback, that is the item 1 we have. That is required 1.2 meter. We proposed 0.37 meter. That is basically on one side we have main floor. We have 4 feet setback. That is more than 1.2 meter setback. But from the second floor we have 0.37 meter setback for the second and third floor. This is due to our area width of the building inside. This is not a large property. It's very small property, and we are getting only 21 feet 6 inches inside the house, excluding the partitions and exterior wall, right? So when we have 21 feet 6 inches, it's very tough to accommodate, and this property is very near to the downtown area, right? So we tried to give, as a housing requirement, we tried to give more units, and also simultaneously we wanted to give a good living area inside the building. So this setback came from that idea to increase the width of the building and giving more area inside, living area inside. This is for the side yard setback. And we have 2 and 3. Those are the building height. Those are minor, 9.5 required. We are proposing main wall height front and all sides, 11 meter. And the number 4, the last one I can describe. This is the number of the balcony. Already I provided the description that we are proposing third and the second floor each balcony at the back side, 5 square meter each.
You still have about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. So that's the thing I mentioned, that the objection is the neighbor's objection are mainly for side yard setback and parking and platform sizes. Platform sizes already we addressed. Parking, there is no variances. And more or less, we have also attached one photo for the newly constructed house in that nearby to this property, that is Amherst Avenue. 83 that already have the setback less than our required what we propose, and also is still not constructed. That is 501 and 486 Northcliffe Boulevard. That is also the same on the same road, less than ours. That 0.16 and the other one is 0.37. So that is less than our one. So we are for the side yard setback. We are not having any discrepancy with the previous approved cumulative adjustment proposal. We are keeping more than those. So in our sense, these all 6 items are minor at this moment, and we are asking for the approval for this minor variance application. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So we will hold our question to you after we hear the oppositions. Let's bring the oppositions.
Nella, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Nella Conforti Cheche. I'm here with my husband, Caetano Cheche. We reside at 402 Northcliffe Boulevard. And our main concern is street parking, not his mutual driveway parking. It's very difficult for us to find overnight permit parking as it is now. So with more residents on the street, there'll be very limited parking. So we're quite concerned about that. And with a 4-dwelling unit house, that's going to be more people, so more parking permits required. So we're really concerned about that.
Because we have sorry, my name is Gaetano Cheche, I'm our husband. We're concerned because we only have a limit parking from Northcliffe. We can't park south of Rogers because they keep saying that we are part of New York. But my understanding was when it was a mega city, we're supposed to be part of Toronto. So our concern is parking is very restricted. And like I said, we can't go park at Rogers, we can't go park south of Northcliffe. So this was an issue many years ago, but nobody did anything about it. Now, more people come in the street and more people have cars, and I pay for parking, and I'm restricted, so can't park anywhere. And every time I park on the opposite side, I get a parking ticket. So if more people come on our street, there will be less parking.
And also with the different proposed bus reserve lane coming up, I think they said fall of 2025, that means even less parking spots available on Dufferin, which means they're going to park on side streets, and Northcliffe goes one way north. I'm sure they're going to be parking on this street. So we're quite concerned about this parking issue.
Okay, yeah, it's a parking issue. Well, you still have a little bit time. Do you have any more thing you'd like to address us?
No, that's it.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any question to this speaker? Okay, next, sir. Yeah.
Larry, you've been unmuted.
Okay, that's us.
Hello. My name is Larry Friedlander. I live at 40.
Oh, yeah, sorry. All right, now, yeah, sorry, we just restart the clock. Yeah, please give us your name and address. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Larry Friedlander, and my wife Alyssa Marks. We live at 404 Northcliffe. In regards to what our neighbor at 402 identified, I just want to support what they said. Because the other issue around parking is when there are holidays with visitors taking place, even more reduced parking. But with the piece about the construction on Dufferin, at present, Northcliffe Boulevard is used as an alternate route to get up to Eglinton. And with the construction on Dufferin, Northcliffe will even be more so used for transporting up to Eglinton. The other part that I wanted to identify is within the area, there is construction taking place regarding a flood zone. So with the increased number of people, we just don't know how that's going to affect the flooding area within the area. I don't know if that's been investigated and if there's any complications regarding the increased number of people within the area. So I just want to bring that to the committee's attention.
Okay, thank you.
What about all the space that they're going to use? Okay, I'm Alyssa Marks. I'm really concerned about the diagram that was sent of the site plan. It appears that it looks like it's going from the sidewalk all the way back as far as possible. Is that allowed? Also, how it's affecting our neighbors that put in the petition, because it's really affecting their house and their mutual drive. Also, I submitted those other photos of that triplex that's being, I think it's a triplex that's being built south on our street on the west side, and how much building is being done on this street and allowed on this street.
Okay.
I think that's it. For anything else? No. And I mean, really, it appears that this area, like we've been living here since 2000. Our neighbors are 402 even before that, and it seems like it's going from single dwelling homes to these multi-family dwellings. It's totally changing the appearance of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah, the applicant may address your questions later. Yeah, okay.
Anything else to say?
Yeah. So you finished? So okay, let me see if we have questions for this speaker. Any questions? Okay, we do not have any question for them. So next one. Yeah.
Jonathan, you've been unmuted. Jonathan, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Slobodski, and I live at 407 Northcliffe Boulevard, the direct south side neighbor to 409 Northcliffe Boulevard. I've submitted a document outlining my objections to this development, along with signatures from many of my neighbors. I know I have limited time, so I want to highlight some of the main points while applying the 4 tests before the committee. First, do the variances maintain the general purpose and intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw? This development neither respects nor reinforces the established character of the neighborhood. Referring to the cantilevered massing, it is currently planned over a shared driveway with an easement. This encroachment, which extends the full length of a building with projection over half of a shared driveway, isn't allowed anywhere else in the neighborhood. Beyond that, it is both visually intrusive and out of place. The zoning rules applied in this scenario, specifically side yard setbacks, are meant to minimize effects on adjacent properties as outlined in the official plan. While there has been many side yard setbacks approved by this committee, almost all extend the existing condition. One notable exception is at 412 and 414 Louder, where the very small setback is on the back third of the property. The other examples at 83 Amherst or on Northcliffe Boulevard does not impact a mutual driveway. At 83 Amherst specifically, they also do not have 2 balconies. One platform does cover an entrance and without access, and the other is a small balcony. Beyond these points, the cantilevered massing in this form is both visually intrusive and out of place. A single example cannot be considered a defining characteristic for the neighborhood. Next, I'd like to refer to the multiple platforms on the rear of the proposed building. Over the last 17 years, only 1 variance has been granted for multiple platforms on the same side of the dwelling. Therefore, this is not a defining characteristic for the neighborhood. A raised first floor has also been proposed. There have been only 3 instances where this has been approved in the neighborhood. Therefore, it is also not a defining characteristic. Second, are the variances desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land? The proposed development does not reflect residential improvement. It also does not align with prevailing design character or pattern of change. The elevated first floor and cantilevered massing over a shared driveway appear visually prominent and aren't consistent with surrounding buildings. Adjacent properties will be affected by increased overlook, reduced privacy, and potential noise impacts due to 2 rear platforms and the cantilevered encroachment. I propose that allowing this development will set a precedent that could encourage similar out-of-scale developments for the neighborhood. Third, are the variances minor? The term minor in this case requires the consideration of fit and impact on the surrounding neighborhood. This development will result in unacceptable impacts on adjacent properties in the surrounding neighborhood. Finally, I understand that this isn't something that the committee is considering. However, I believe it's important to keep in mind. The drawings submitted indicate an 8-unit apartment building as opposed to the submitted 4-unit dwelling. Of course, apartment buildings are not permitted under the current zoning rules for this property. Beyond that, applying this type of zoning to the property would change minimum side yard setbacks and parking requirements. In conclusion, we see that each of the 3 variances that I've covered today, side yard setback on the south side, multiple platforms on the rear, and the first floor height, are rarely approved in this neighborhood and are not typical. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you. Yes. Any question to this speaker? Yes, we do have a question for you.
Sure.
Sir, can you repeat your address?
407 Northcliffe.
Okay. And so do you use that mutual drive presently to access your rear yard?
Yeah, we often walk through it. That's the only access that I have. Occasionally parking a car in the garage.
Okay, so you do have a garage in the rear that's accessed through there?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, the same question. You said that the car is from access through this, the laneway, or the gap between these two houses now?
Yes,
Seems
correct.
to be too narrow, isn't it? It's like about, how wide is it now? It's 6 feet?
I'm not sure exactly the width. I know my small SUV just fits. It takes both me and my wife to maneuver it through, but yes, it does fit. There's also a small sedan sitting in the backyard from the neighbor, and that fit no problem.
I'm a little bit confused. Now, look at the survey or the site plan on the screen. You are 407, yeah? Where you're at 407. And
Right.
that's like it's not a garage. It says labeled as shed.
That I'm not sure. It is a garage.
It is a garage. And you have right away using their side of the walkway to
And
drive through.
I have an easement as well on the right of way.
Because if you look at this survey, it seems that the existing building setback on the other property is 0.9 meter, and yours is equally distant, seems to. So it is 3 feet. There's 6 feet between you.
Yeah, they're probably just over 6 feet. Yeah. I
So
would say.
6 feet can fit a car to go through. I just get confused. That's all.
Yeah, there's currently a sedan in the backyard at 409 Northcliffe, and that fit. I also have fit my car back there. I have a small SUV.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions?
Either way, like there should be access there, right?
No, I'm just talking about the physical restrictions.
Yeah, it's probably just over 6 feet. I'm just over 6 feet, and I can spread my arm out all the way, and barely touch either house.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay, any question to this speaker? Okay, thank you. Yeah, we can get the next speaker.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are no more registered speakers for this item.
Okay, let's bring back the agent, and they have raised a few questions. Can you address those issues, please? Yeah.
Yeah, I already mentioned previously regarding regarding the platform and main floor height, right? Main floor height, we cannot reduce much more because of the existing basement floor we are keeping, and the height for the clear height for the basement after the ducting, right, will be very less than even not supporting the building code, right? This is one. And for the platform, already we addressed there because those objections are mostly on our before our amendment, but we addressed neighbors' concern about the platform. Only the two balconies at the rear side, those are we are keeping the same balcony for both floor, third and second floor. Those are 5 square meter, not that much, and with privacy screen. So we think that will not be a problem to give those two balconies with privacy screen. And the last one, the parking one. The parking, basically, this proposal is the conformity with the zoning by law, right? The parking requirement for the if there is no requirement for the 4 unit, and it's very near to the downtown area, and there is a transportation system for the housing area. We can consider many people will not have the car, but even we saw those area, right? Individual homeowner has the parking, car, but the tenant has not necessarily they have cars, right? In that area also we visited a number of houses, right? So in our perception, parking will not be a problem for this area, which is very near to the downtown, and people will be living here, will rent these apartments, not the apartment units, who are working nearby areas, and they can use the public transportation also.
Okay, Thank you. Any question to the applicant? Yes, please, go ahead. Ms. McKay first, and then Mr. Goss.
Hi there. Just on an unrelated matter, in terms of your proposal, it will mean the removal of a protected city tree. Can you speak to that matter?
Yeah, that tree we showed the tree replacement on the site plan. If you see at the back side of the house, we have the replacement of the tree. It's illustrated on the site plan. So we are proposing the replacement of this tree.
So you're saying yes. I had seen that on the site plan, so okay. And that's your response, is that it'll be replaced by a tree at the rear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Goss, I saw your hand. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
I just would like your confirmation, I think it is the case, but your confirmation that the right-of-way that we can see on the survey is being respected by your design. You're cantilevering over it, but you're going to maintain that same right-of-way.
Yeah, yes, we are doing so.
Okay, yeah, so the legal right-of-way is being maintained.
Yeah.
In terms of the privacy screens, I see them on your design, but I know that with the red line notice, I think the balconies are going to be slightly different than indicated. Is that correct?
No, basically we revised the drawing to keep it 5 square meter, right, for the both third and second floor. It's shown on the elevation also, if you can see at the back side of the rear elevation and also the side elevation. So we have the...
Yeah, so in that rear elevation, they're already reduced to the 5 square meters?
Yeah. We have already reduced, and that also we have the roof for the deck. On top of that, we have the second floor balcony, 5 square meter.
Okay, so if we tied to this elevation, tied an approval to this elevation, that wouldn't be a problem?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, if staff could pull up the second floor plan in the plans. Yeah, there. So there was some mention from, I can't remember whom, I believe it was the last speaker, about how this looked like it could be an 8-unit building. And when I see the way that there seem to be 2 doors into the unit from the stairwell, and that there are 2 bedrooms at the front and 2 bedrooms at the back, it does seem to me that if a partition wall were put right through the middle of that, this would split the unit into 2 units. And I note that that's the case on every floor. So where right now this is being shown as a 4-unit building, it would be very easy to convert to an 8-unit building. Is that the intention?
No, actually, the owner's intention at this moment is not for 8 units. It's not possible for them. They're proposing, initially we had different concept, but later on for the feasibility of the development and also the budget, other stuff he was thinking, and he didn't go for anything. It's 4 units. His intention is to do 4 units and sell it out, this house.
Why is it that there are 2 entrances to unit number 3 as we see here?
That was basically, that was, as I told you, at the beginning we wanted to have 2 units 2 units, and the basement and the main floor will be 1 unit, right, with internal stair, right? Later on, when we revised, we didn't take out the door or a second door. So that is the thing we kept, but it's not a major item. We can close that anytime. Yeah. Also, if like there is no door, anybody can do the door also in next phase, right? So in our sense, if we keep the door and if we don't keep the door, it's the same because any time that can be changed, right?
Sure, no, granted that the door is not something that is pertinent to any of the variances, and so I suppose could be changed at the permit stage, but yeah, I was just curious about that, thanks.
Yeah, that's the thing actually. So whether we are putting door or not doesn't matter in future, right? Because anybody can change.
Can I add that I think if they really want to increase the number of drawings, they have to come back. I mean, they have to apply again. I believe that's what's going to happen. Yes. Yeah. Any questions? Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about height. You're at 11 meters. You're 1.5 meters over what the bylaw permits, and you're a flat roof. I was touring around the neighborhood, and the prevailing character of the housing stock in this broad area is very eclectic. It's a lot of bungalows. There are some 2 stories. There are some 2.5 and the odd 3 story, but they're all peaked roof. So you are proposing a flat roof that exceeds the bylaw standard for height. And I was just looking at your plans, and I listened. You said you couldn't do anything about the first floor because you're using the existing basement. And it looks like the existing basement is an 8-foot high ceiling. But your ceiling heights on the first, second, and third floor are 9 foot. Maybe we can talk a little bit about, the need for a 9-foot ceiling versus a standard 8-foot ceiling, and would that be something that would bring your overall height down to a more manageable level?
Yeah, that's a good point. Basically, for the second and main floor height, what happened, we have to have the ducting for the floor ventilation to the third floor and to the second floor, right? So we a little bit address those things on our drawing, but for the third floor, we can reduce it to 8 feet. Apparently 1 feet we can reduce, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood. I think you said you'd be able to modify your plans to make the height of ceilings lower.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, if that's the case, what would your overall height then be reduced to?
I would say I can reduce to, hold on, I'm just calculating a little bit.
Do you need a moment to do a calculation?
Yeah, just calculating. I need just 30 seconds to do the calculation.
Okay. 90 seconds, he said.
Okay.
It's very, very specific.
Yeah, 90 seconds. So he's willing to reduce.
Yeah, he's going to reduce. Again, this will be by far the tallest building in this entire neighborhood, and it's a flat roof. If it was a peaked roof, we might have a different view. Or I would have a different view. I don't know if my colleagues agree to that. But given it's a flat roof, it would stand out quite dramatically, and whatever we can do to reduce the height, I think, would be a good thing.
Yeah, we can reduce to 10.35 meter.
Sorry, you're reducing it from 11 meters to 10.85? That's all you can do?
No, 3.5.
3.5. Oh, those are
10.35.
2 feet.
10.35.
2 feet. So he's taking a foot off the second and third story.
6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 0.65 is over 2 feet.
All right, I think that's better.
I think that is a good compromise, right? Yeah, 10.35.
Through the chair, for the record, so is the agent amending any of the variances?
Yes, number 3, are you amending that? Yeah.
Number 2 and 3.
Oh, 2 and 3, yes.
So variance number 3 will be changed to 10.35 meters as well.
Yes.
That's variance 2.
And also 2.
And variance number 2. Thank you.
All right. So we got that. Thank you. Any more questions to the applicant? Okay, now we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Let's discuss this, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Mr. Goss, yes.
I really appreciate Member Clay's intervention there. I think that makes this much more supportable. I do see that there is another flat roof on the street, but it's a much shorter second two-story flat roof. I think it's a good point and a big improvement. I do want to pay homage or call out some of the concerns that we heard from the surrounding neighbors about parking and about the changing nature of the neighborhood with more multifamily homes, and just mention for those who might not be aware that a fourplex is as of right, and that none of the variances before us have to do with turning this into 4 residential units. They have to do with the variances themselves. And so when we're looking at this, we're not looking at is more density appropriate here. We're looking at are these specific variances appropriate here. I think I look at this and I think that the variances are appropriate. They're maybe on the higher side of what's appropriate. There are some asks, but I think especially with the height reduced that it's a appropriate development and would meet the 4 tests as amended. But I'd want to tie it to plans.
And also, I thought that you were going to tie it to also the
I'd want to tie
elevation.
it to the east elevation.
Yes.
Do you want the floor plans too, Phil? Or
I don't know about the floor plans. If they surreptitiously add more units, they'll have to come back here.
okay.
Yes. And so I agree with you, and also I also agree with the oppositions that maybe the parking is a general issues in the area, but unfortunately in front of us we do not have a parking requirement that we can really address to reduce the burden there. Yes, because it's not one of the variances. Okay, yeah, okay. Anyone else? Is there a motion? Yeah.
I have a comment. This relates to the side yard setback as well as the projection into the right of way on the second. Actually, part of the first floor and second and third floor. This is a strange. Your mic on? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll repeat myself. My comment is about the right of way and the projection into it and the side yard setback of required of 1.2 meters and the provided one of 0.37 meters. Is that? This is effectively a brand new building,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure why, I can't see why they can't work within the required setback, especially given the impact it has on the adjacent neighbor with their access to their rear yard. And
Actually, they do not change the ground floor setback.
no, but I'm saying, but if you look at the elevation of that side,
Yeah.
there's a projection into that that's like a stair, a piece of a stair that's projecting out a few feet above the ground. So it's effectively limiting the use of that lane, of that right of way. I don't know what that little trapezoidal triangular thing projection is on the ground floor is, but
You're right.
anyway, but my point being is that it's a brand new building effectively, and I think they should be able to work within the required setback, especially given it has an impact on the adjacent neighbor and their right of way. So I find it hard to support the application given that projection in and limiting the access of the neighbor to their rear yard.
Yeah, you actually, I see the dark outline and then I missed the stairs actually further back.
Yeah,
And then
there's some
it's-
strange projection.
Can we come out of the committee and then ask the applicant how far above grade the stair projection is? Can we do that? Can we go back to the applicant? We have a question here. If you look at the west elevations, can you tell us your stair projection? What is the lowest point to the finished grade? Is it a sloping down that the vehicle still can clear?
It's for the landing. That is only the landing part is coming outside, and then we have the slope to the second floor, right? The stair angle.
Yeah,
So,
the question is. The question is how far, the lowest point of the projection to the driveway surface. Is it tall, is it clear enough to have a vehicle go through? Because that's
Yeah, we have 7 feet from the finished grade, 7 feet the undersurface of the landing. Only the landing part is near to 7 feet. Then it's gradually increasing because there is the angle of the stair, right? Only that landing is near to 7 feet.
That is that's already 7
7
feet.
feet, yeah. Yeah, 7 feet is like even the requirement by building code, right?
Yes, I can see that because Mr. Gauguin, if you look at the elevation bubble.
Can we pull up the south elevation, staff?
Yeah.
Is that black line showing, you know,
The second floor, above.
the projection, and so the angled part is also into the first floor is also projecting into the easement?
That's a good point.
He said that it's.
Sorry, this is a question for you, Mr. The agent.
Yeah. Can you repeat it? I just missed it.
So the angled, everything above or within the sort of darker line, is that what's projecting into the easement? So where we see the angled portion down, that's on the first floor, that's projecting into the easement as well?
Yeah, that is the part of 0.37 setback, yeah.
And you're saying that lowest point is 7 feet from the ground because it.
It's the landing. It's the landing. It's not the main floor. If you see the main floor height from the finished grade, that is 5 feet, right? Then you have another level we are climbing up to the landing. That is the landing only, not the stair bottom.
Okay.
So, Phil, you can help me out. I'm just looking at the floor plans for the second floor, and I don't see a projection for the stairs outside of that, right? If you pull up the second floor plan, like there's no projection. So I'm confused.
Second floor
Is it the ground floor?
Yes, you see a shadow of it on the ground floor. This landing with an X on it. How it projects into the.
Oh, there it is. So it's just so it's on the ground floor to the second floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a ground floor, the second floor.
Well, that's a good point, Paul. I mean, you know, if that's projecting on the first floor,
Right.
That has an impact on the next door neighbor.
Yeah, and I think my general opinion is that if we're back in committee, is that this is a new building, so they should be able to work within the constraints of that. And this one has a further aggravation that it's impacting an adjacent right of way and easement. So I'm not really. Doesn't look acceptable to me.
Can I also add a comment? He is trying to explain to us, yes, when you go to the first flight and then you go to the landing.
Yeah, I get it
And it
now.
started to project out. He said that the lowest point, where we see, is 7 feet from the finished grade, and it's enough for garages, for cars and all. It's usually 2.5 meters or 6 feet. 6.5 feet, but then he said the 7 feet is clear for parking for garages. So, because if you look at his west elevation, it clearly says that the established grade to the proposed main floor, that's 5 feet, but then the stair goes up another 2 feet. So he says it's 7 feet.
Oh, no, I agree. It's creating a tunnel. We understand the tunnel. Some tunnels around 7 feet high and it's 6 feet wide. But my suggestion is that if it's a new building,
yeah, I understand
they should
that.
be able to work within the constraints of the site and not have this outcome. So,
I'm kind of two minds on it. I think there's a point there. On the other hand, there's also, well, Yeah, I think from the neighbor's comments, he's not really parking his car all that much in the rear. But you don't want to impact an easement because you don't know what a future person is going to do. But if 7 feet is taller than a garage door, then it's not really creating a meaningful new impact.
And also, I can see your argument about because it's a new build, but the new build is a fourplex. That's why they sort of try to optimize the site. I mean, the reason is if they're going to build a similar thing, maybe like a single family or a duplex or something, maybe they don't need to push the envelope so to the limit, almost right. So that's the reason why they probably optimize that availability. And 7 feet is actually above the even OBC will take as a garage above a garage door height.
No, I completely understand the perspective. I just think that the 1.2 meters minimum setback is achievable. I also think it isn't minor going to 0.37.
Okay. That's my point. Yeah.
Through the chair, I would also caution in terms of a condition of tying to elevation when the applicant has revised and reduced their height. So we just, not to have a conflicting, contradictory condition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tied to the elevation except for the reduction of the
Well, I think we can achieve the same since it was just about privacy screening by just putting in a privacy screening condition.
And the amended variance for the height.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, okay. So do we have do we have more discussions or do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I think Mr. Gogan's concerns make sense, but I do take the different perspective that so long as the right-of-way access is maintained, I'm fine with it. So I will move to approve it subject to a condition that there be privacy screening on the on the north and south sides of the rear platforms.
Is the amended application, Phil?
And the application as amended, including the amendments that were redlined and the ones that were discussed today, reducing the heights to variances 2 and 3.
Okay, so any other, no condition, that's it. That's the motion. Anyone wants to second that motion, please? Yeah. Mr. Clay, second. And all in favor? 3-2. And Mr. McCain and Mr. Hogan dissent, right? Yes, please. Okay, it's approved, 3-2. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next item is number 4. Is 709 Crawford Street. This application, the purpose is to construct a new 3-story detached housing with detached dwelling with a front covered porch with stairs and front and rear first floor story balconies and a partially rear covered ground floor deck. Also to construct a new 2-story exterior building which is going to have a laneway suite. There will be a total of 3 residential dwellings units on this property and 2 in the main building and 1 on the laneway street. We also, laneway suite. We also have received a copy of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, 7 photographs of the property, and 50 photographs of the comparable property in the neighborhood, covering letter from the agent and a decision affecting the properties. And presentation materials from the agent, copy of email from between John Power and Laura Sora, the applicant. And also a comment, we received comment from transportation, engineering, and a letter from the councillor. And they, I think for this application, they they're seeking 11 variances.
Through you, Madam Chair, if you could just summarize the support. There was support and opposition received.
Yes, I still have a second. Yeah, we received two forms of letter in support from 478 Montrose and also 705 from Crawford Street. We received oppositions from 711 and Crawford, and also they all from 711 Crawford Street, and also some material in opposition from also 711 Crawford Street. Yeah. And then we're ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair. So we have the agent here in person, and we have one registered speaker in opposition. And I will point out that we received a very late report from Transportation Services. Staff can pull up that report on the screen. It would be in the extra late materials in case the agent hasn't seen it. Staff will provide that on the screen. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
We can wait until, I don't want to start your clock. Okay, just tell us your name and address, and then when you're ready, give us a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is David Smith. My address is 401 Craven Road here in Toronto. I'm representing the homeowners that are seated in the gallery at 709 Crawford Street.
Okay.
I'm optimistic that you guys had a chance to read through my cover letter and materials, so I'll just briefly go through some highlights because I know we have opposition and I have the opportunity to rebut. As stated by staff, we're seeking 11 variances, 3 of which are tied to the laneway suite, 8 of which are tied to the main building. It's worth understanding that for the laneway suite itself, 2 of them are effectively duplicates. They relate to the height of the laneway suite in regards to its separation to the main building. For the 8 on the main building, I'll just briefly touch on we'll say the most significant ones. With regards to the side yard setbacks, on the north side, we're trying to maintain the existing side yard setback at 0.28. This is what's been there now. It's not going to change. The relationship to the neighboring building will not change. With regards to the south side, we're seeking a 0.45 meter setback. It's important to understand that this is actually as of right if we did not include openings, but there's 2 windows we'd like to put in, 2 frosted windows on the second floor. So this is what's triggering that variance. If we removed the windows, it would be as of right. It's also worth understanding that that variance pertains to just the second and third floor of the south side of the building. On the ground floor, we've set the building into 0.9 so that we have a corridor through to the back unit. And so again, it's limited to the number of floors. With regards to FSI, I mean, this was an interesting one on this project, a bit of an education. Although it's clearly a multi-unit development and typically FSI is waived for the purposes, the fact that we have a unit front to back breakdown instead of sort of through floor levels like a typical duplex or triplex is not considered a standard in the definition. So they've got to update their definition basically. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a technical one. Clearly it's a multi-unit development and the FSI should be waived. With regards to the front yard setback, the current building has an existing covered porch and we'd like to maintain that setback to the front yard, front lot line. So again, the new build will be no closer to the front lot line than what is currently on the property. Obviously, we'd like to enclose a portion of what would be the new front porch and build above. Lastly, with regards to the main wall heights, and for all of these variances, in actuality, I've provided previous decisions and support demonstrating that they're appropriate and well within the realm of what's been approved in the past. For front main wall height, we're seeking a variance of 9.28, and there are a number of examples that are higher. I would like to highlight that we are not seeking a building height variance, a building depth variance, or any variances pertaining to front yard soft landscaping or rear yard soft landscaping between the 2 properties, the 2 units, the main unit and the laneway suite. Lastly, as of this morning, there were no comments from city planning. And as staff pointed out, there was what I would consider a condition from transportation, and we're happy to abide by it. It's no problem. As I said, for the sake of expediency, I know I can rebut, so I'll leave it at that, and we can listen to opposition.
Okay. All right, so, so we're going to, you've finished?
I'm finished, yes, thank you.
Okay, you have some more time. So we're going to listen to the opposition, and then you have a chance to answer the questions. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's have the first opposition.
Pega, you've been unmuted.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pega Rahimian. I just wanted to point out that there was actually a letter of opposition from 707 as well, which is on the opposite side of this house. So both houses on both sides of this 709 Crawford have sent a letter of opposition. I'm just gonna.
You said that there's another letter. Do we have that letter too?
It was a joint letter from 711 and 707. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead.
So I live at 711 Crawford Street, just north of the proposed development. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and 2 long-term tenants, 3 households that will be directly affected by this application. I definitely support thoughtful, well-designed development, but this proposal isn't that. It pushes the building out in every direction, front, back, side, and not necessarily because of a need for density, but because of internal layout choices. Instead of a more efficient stacked design, the applicant chose a front-to-back layout that requires 2 full staircases that takes up valuable space that goes all the way from the basement to the top floor. And the only way to reclaim that lost space is to push the limits of the lot in every direction possible into our light, views, and privacy. It is the result of a private design choice prioritized over the principles of balanced infill and shared urban life. I had sent some slides of a presentation. I don't know. I don't think it's here. You're not sharing that.
Do you want the staff try to retrieve any photograph you sent? We can stop the clock.
I think it was a. Yeah, can you do that, please?
Yeah, please stop the clock and try to get those photographs.
It's basically a presentation that I sent. Had sent out. Maybe presentation materials, is that?
It's in the supplementary.
That's not.
That's it?
That, no. That's
It's in the
not it.
supplementary.
The supplementary?
Yeah.
In-
4H3D, I think it might be.
I mean, I can go on. I just wanted to show the 3D massings. Could you go to that? It was in the presentation, the supporting materials.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe we can start the clock because you said you can continue. We can look at the photograph.
All right.
Yeah, there.
Oh,
Yes,
I see.
can
Okay.
you- yes,
Now,
thank you.
Yeah, continue, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the front yard. The front yard setback is reduced by nearly 50%, and not just for a bay window or modest projection. This encroachment spans 2 full stories and the entire width of the building, pushing the house significantly forward of the established street line. It will disrupt the continuity of block, compromising the shared rhythm of adjacent homes. The back, which is the next slide, where most additions introduce step backs to preserve privacy and minimize impact. This one does the opposite. It projects outward. The second floor extends nearly 5.3 meters beyond the rear wall of my home, casting deep shadows onto the second floor deck and backyard, blocking sky views, eliminating natural light that my tenants and I rely on all day, all year. This single architectural move removes a fundamental quality of life we've enjoyed for years. It disregards the delicate balance that has allowed the neighbors to coexist respectfully. Regarding the fence, the proposed fence location that cuts off access to the backyard for myself and my tenants, a long-lasting shared use practice on our street. Aligning the fence with the proposed building would provide minimal benefit to them, but would protect a tremendous quality of life for 3 different households. For your information, the applicant's own fence is on the south. On the south is built onto the neighbor's lot at 707. To do a comparison, there are examples in my opinion, successful densification where they respond well to the context. The proposal 709 has an FSI of 1.2, not including the laneway house. If we factor that in, it would be 1.6. Based on all CFA applications I've reviewed, this appears to be the highest FSI proposed locally. If we look at 474 Montrose Avenue, the second highest, it has an approved 5-unit building plus a laneway suite. It has an FSI of 1.18. There are no projections on the upper floors. It maintains rhythm with neighboring houses, and it provides 3 more units of what it's proposed at 709. The building depth is 16 meters on a 36 versus Crawford is 18.35 versus a 35.3 meter lot. So it's significantly deeper on a shorter lot. My question is, why should this be acceptable? Only to provide 1 more unit? We're not asking for major changes. We're proposing a rear step back, a line front setback, and a basic
your
backyard
5 minutes
access.
is up. Can you just do a very quick summation? Your 5 minutes is up.
Yes. Perhaps what's more disappointing is that the applicant made no effort to consult and communicate with the immediate neighbors. A project that reshapes the physical and social fabric of the neighborhood should begin with dialogue and not indifference.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, please.
Through the chair, there are no more registered speakers for this item.
Okay, so we can bring back the agent and let him address those issues. And then we might have questions too. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to address the issues. Reading through all of the opposition communications and listening to the deposition there, I understand the issues at hand are effectively that there's concern over the massing and size of the building in relation to the setbacks of neighboring buildings. There's an issue about the fence, which I'll probably leave at the end because obviously it's not a variance, loss of privacy, sunlight views, that kind of thing. And then this issue of no consultation, which I don't think is fair under any terms. But let's start with the larger part of the conversation. If staff could bring up my presentation material, Crawford Streetscape. This is just a quick Google Earth, Google Maps walk up Crawford. I'll wait for them to bring it up, it's okay. No, it's, it would be called Crawford Streetscape.pdf. It was PDF that was submitted.
This is still, you're still in the...
Yeah, that's Pega's submission.
This is still in the supplemental. I think you have to go into the main.
It was submitted much earlier.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's her sun shadow study that she didn't get a chance to speak to. There's one that's named Streetscape and one that's .ge. No, that's somebody else's. No, it's just images. It's just a series of,
You're talking about those photographs?
yes.
Oh, actually, I'm looking at them. Yeah, just go to the photographs. Yeah.
There you go. That's
you
it
go.
right there. Thank you so much. So this is just a simple Google Maps walk from Harvard Street up about 3/4 of a block to the subject property. Notwithstanding the new townhomes that were just finished on the west side there that resemble a certain amount of what we're proposing, if staff could just sort of scroll through the pages slowly, what I'm really trying to highlight is, and this is only looking at the east side, so if we could just scroll, what I'm trying to highlight is, as we walk towards the subject property, there's a tremendous difference in front yard massing between buildings, setbacks. This is an exceptionally dense neighborhood, as is this part of Toronto. Obviously, we've got a variety of building height, front yard setback relationship, massing. All of the side yard setbacks are quite tight. It's characteristic of the neighborhood. If staff could continue to just scroll. So I'm just pointing out the relationships. One more image, there you go. So we've got this relationship of front, back. It's a sawtooth relationship. If we could just scroll a few more. For what it's worth, if we went one more. So funnily enough, this one is 607 Crawford Street. It actually has the second floor built out as we've proposed. And if we could scroll one more image, we'll see that the relationship to the neighbor at the north is quite similar to actually what would occur with 7-Eleven. This again is just to demonstrate that we've got different types of massing, size, building heights around each other. If we could just go a little bit further, all the way up the street. So although I appreciate the neighbors' concerns and I appreciate that there are aspects of the neighborhood that fall in line, the characteristic of this neighborhood is strongly towards the shuffling of buildings and masses. One more image, we'll take it to sort of a winter look. So you can see here, again, the setbacks are all over the place, the size of the buildings, their impact on each other. If staff could find the other PDF, which is the one that's .ge, it would be submitted at the same time. It does a really interesting job of conveying the same idea with the back of the buildings. And then I'll leave this point. Sorry, and I appreciate everybody's patience. Nope. No, it was, again, just an image file. It has 3 photos from Google Earth. They're a 3/4 view of the back. Again, really, it just highlights the tremendous variation of the entire neighborhood down the block with regards to the length of buildings, the size of the buildings, how they shadow each other. It's just, it's quite impactful.
It's in the main agenda. There's 3 photographs of the back of the property.
You got it, exactly.
Go to the main folder, the one that we received earlier. Yeah, there's in the backyard, right? There's some photos.
You got it, exactly. Yeah, it was submitted early on with my main materials. Not, maybe.
Photographs, yeah.
Can you zoom in on
Yeah,
those?
that one, yeah. And then go down a few. Yeah, that's the.
So those are just the tree photos. It was a separate PDF.
Oh, I see. I don't know.
Anyhow, perhaps zoom in on those 3 large ones. I apologize. It's hard to tell from here. The 3 images that you just scrolled past.
Okay.
Can you just zoom in on those? It's I think so. Yeah, if we scroll to the second one, scroll down the second one. Thank you so much. I apologize. I don't think these are the images, but again, we'll put this point to bed. The simple point is that the nature of the neighborhood is large setbacks, variations between building depth. It's more sawtooth than consistent. With regards to the loss of privacy, views, and sunlight, I appreciate neighbors' concerns. Obviously, we have to deal with this. We've already stipulated that all balconies will be screened with opaque private screening. We're doing our best there. I know how the city feels about sunlight and views. With regards to consultation, I mean, I think this is quite unfair to my clients. They did their very best to consult with the neighborhood. They canvassed the neighborhood, hence the letters of support we have on file. And even within my submissions, we have correspondence with PEGA, where John, one of the homeowners, met with her on May 26th, and they agreed to maintain the fence location and discussed it in great detail, correspondence back and forth. I reached out to Peggy to ask if she had any extra questions. She said, proposal's quite clear, I understand it. So we were very surprised come June 4th to receive letters of opposition, suggested that we hadn't spoken to anybody. I appreciate that it came within the last 3 weeks before the hearing, but again, I mean, it's literally the best my clients could do. They're both professionals with busy lives. I believe that that's the extent of the concerns, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yeah. Any question? Yes, we do have questions.
I would agree with you in terms of your characterization of the front yard setbacks along the street and in this neighborhood. It is, I think you called it a sawtooth.
Irregular, yeah.
Great analogy. The extension to the front you're proposing, would it roughly be where the current front porch is?
It's exactly
Yeah,
right.
so
we're maintaining the front.
Basically that footprint.
Exactly.
Okay, that's just what I need to know. Thanks.
And I have one quick question. You basically, in terms of your setback at the north side, right? You basically keeping the current one, the existing building is where it is, right?
We're maintaining the existing, yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So you only say that you need the variance for the, is it on the south because you want to put a couple of windows?
You got it,
Those
exactly.
windows, do they need to be like a special kind of windows?
They'll be fire rated. We've had this on other applications. We will use a fire shutter or fire rated materials because of the proximity to the property line. But yes, that if we took the windows out, it would be as of right. It wouldn't be a variance.
And they're frosted too, he said.
Yeah, they're all frosted.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. All right, so we don't have any more questions. Doesn't seem we have. We are in committee now. Okay. So can I just make one quick? I know the area very well. I walk through not every week, but not every day. Every week. It is. That's what it says. It is all kinds of built from a lot of do-it-yourself type of additions.
Sawtooth.
Yes.
Never heard that term before. That's actually good.
I don't know that, but then he presented the contest really well, and I think that this sort of new proposal is sort of probably could get into the mix.
Yeah.
Quite well. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just also make the comment that I find this sort of front-back type of proposal something that's very interesting. It's nice to see a variety of different typologies of units, and so refreshing to see something a little different, and I can see where it would be a really desirable place to live. So
yeah, and I'm not too concerned about the front yard setback only because they do have quite a bit of distance for the along that from the boulevard. It's the city boulevard that is got actually quite a distance, and then they most of them got landscape.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the letter from the councillor's office on this one, asking us to be sympathetic to the front yard setback when I think the agent did a really good job of characterizing the neighborhood. I also suggest that presentation materials and your supporting cover letter, I think, were quite helpful. So in terms of explaining your application, I'd just make the additional observation that this is, what, a minute from Bloor Street, and the subway station and all the amenities associated with that. I mean, quite frankly, this is a prime area for additional density intensification. So I personally think this is quite a supportable application. I don't see the negative impact that the neighbor was characterizing, and again, given the eclectic nature of the neighborhood, I think it's pretty consistent with what we're seeing in these kind of downtown neighborhoods. So I personally think it's a supportable application.
Okay. Any other comments, or we have a motion? It sounds like we have a motion.
I'll move a motion. Happy to move a motion. This is I Was there a condition for
Yes,
screening?
transportation.
Yeah, no, but did we talk about screening in the plans?
Yes, it's on the elevation.
Are they caught in the plans?
Not
Or do we want to have a condition for screening of the balcony?
on the north side, what? Right of the balcony? Oh.
Yeah.
It's on the elevations.
It's on the elevations?
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
tied to the
So maybe we'll tie the, I'll make a motion to approve this application subject to transportation conditions and tying it to
east elevation, right?
the elevations so that we lock down the screening for the balcony.
Yeah, the east elevations, yeah. And do we need to mention about the frosted glass on the?
I think it's in the drawings.
It's all
in the
okay,
elevations. So I think we're probably, if we tie it to the elevations, I think we'll capture that as well.
Yeah, all the elevations, right?
Yes.
The north side is, the east side is the fence, the north.
Sure, let's do it to all elevations. I think that's quite fine.
Yeah, okay, all the elevations. And do I have a second for that motion? Yeah, Mr. Goss, second, and all in favor? Oh, unanimously approved. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, now we're going to item number 5, 106 Garnet Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-floor addition, which is an attic extension with a rear third-floor deck above the existing second-floor story. We received a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, a total of 5 photographs of the property. We have an opposition from 108 Garnet Avenue. And do we have any other supplement? No, that's
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, or actually the homeowner for the property, and no registered speakers.
yes. And they're asking for one variance here.
Sorry, Chair, did you say there was a letter of opposition? I don't see
Through
one.
the chair, it was a very late letter that was submitted and sent via email.
Oh, the one that I didn't.
Yesterday. Yeah, for 108 Garnet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so let's have the agent, yeah, please.
Paul, you've been unmuted.
Hello. Am I to give a presentation about what the project is?
Just wait a second, let me check. Is there any other registered speaker? You do have one letter of opposition came quite late. I'm not too sure whether you read it, but if you have, you can address to that. Otherwise, I'm going to check whether the panel require a presentation from you. No. They do not need a presentation from you, but it's on the screen now. Maybe you quickly address that because since we have received it, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So our addition does do adjust the roof line, as you'll see in the plans. There's about a 6 or so foot difference, and I would just point out that it's a partial change to their line of sight from one of the windows in their house.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really affect the overall amount of light coming to them. And we would we would make any kind of adjustments for frosting the balcony fence or whatever, if that's an adjustment that helps this matter.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for addressing that. Any question to the applicant? Okay. We do not have any questions for you. So do you have anything else you want to address the panel? Are we going to move into discussion? Otherwise, yeah.
No, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're in committee.
Sorry, through the chair, could the speaker state their name and address?
Oh,
Yes.
Please.
My name is Paul Burns, and my address is 106 Garnet. I'm the homeowner.
Okay. Thank you. All right, now we're in committee. Yeah, Mr. Goss, yes.
I'll just move right into a motion. This is a quite small and reasonable change to make an aspect of their home more useful to them, and I don't really see any impacts on the neighbors. To me, this meets the 4 tests as minor change, and I would move to approve it.
Okay, we have a second? Yeah, yes, Mr. Gauguin, second. Yes. All in favor with no conditions. Yeah, all in favor, unanimously approved. Thank you. Now we move to, do we need a break? Anyone need, okay, no. We move to item number 6 is 164 Indian Grove. This, the purpose for this is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition and also a new rear 2nd floor addition above the reconstructed rear addition. We received site plan, a survey site plan, floor plans, elevations, 4 photographs of the property and the decision affecting the subject property. We also received comment from TTC.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are no registered speakers for this item, and we have the agent online.
Pino, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes. Let me see whether we require...
Name and address?
Can you tell us your name and address, please?
My name is Pino Lavecchia from Lavecchia Designs, and my address is 1348 Ogden Avenue in Mississauga.
Okay.
And I am acting as the agent on behalf of the owners.
Okay, thank you. So, you are seeking only one variance. Let me see whether we require a presentation. No. Do we have questions for the applicant? We don't seem to have question either. So do you have anything you want to tell us before we move into a decision?
No, I think we're good. I mean,
good.
It's minor in nature, and hopefully it'll be approved.
Thank you. Now we are in discussion now. Okay. Anyone want to start with this one? Yeah. Oh, by the way, just one quick one. The TTC require a TTC review that we do not even need to put as a condition because they have to comply anyway, right? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I still recommend you impose the TTC conditions.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Chair, this is about as minor as we're going to see today, I think. So I will move approval with subject to the TTC condition.
Okay, and one second, Mr. McKay, second. Okay, all in favor with the TTC condition, unanimously approved with conditions. Thank you. May I ask anyone want to break? Okay.
I'm good. Kerr, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, item number 7 is 23 GOUGH Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd floor addition with a north side balcony. We have received a survey site plan, floor plans and elevations, 9 photographs of the property and also a decision affecting the property. We also have received comments from Metrolinx and an advisory staff report from Metrolinx, the 2 reports. And we have support from 16 and 22 GOUGH Avenue. And they are seeking 3 variances.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, and there are no speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Fabian Grico from 199 South Kingsway.
Okay, thank you. Since you do not have any opposition, so I'm going to see whether we require a presentation from you. Anyone wants to have a presentation? Anyone have any questions? Okay, we do not require presentation from you or any questions. We are ready to make a decision. Before that, do you have any issues or anything you specifically you want to address us before we start our discussion?
Well, mainly that we discussed our proposal with the assistant planner, Cameron Chin, who reviewed our application and had no questions or comments. And also that our application, even though we have found precedent on the block of 23 GOUGH Avenue, that is also over the FSI and the maximum permitted heights, just like 23 GOUGH. I think that our application is sensitive to the character of the block, and it's going to be barely visible from the street. So it will be, I guess I want to express our commitment to maintaining the existing character of the house and the neighborhood at the front.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So now we are in committee. One more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please, we'll go again, yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve this application in keeping with what the applicant stated. It's a very sensitive attempt to kind of maintain the character of the existing building with some relatively minor variances required to achieve it. I don't believe it has any any conditions, so as is.
No, yeah, it's only comments from Natural Links, yeah.
Advisory. Right?
Yeah, yeah, so we do not need to, yeah. So I need a second. Mr. Goss, second. Oh. All in favor with no conditions? Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Yeah, we can move to item number 8, which is 85 Morningside Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by removing the rear deck and constructing a rear 2-story addition with stairs, and also to enclose the front porch for a habitable space, and also to construct some stairs. We receive a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevation. We have a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 8 photographs of the property, cover letter from the agent, and we have TRCA comment. We receive comment also from natural feature protection from urban forestry. We have received opposition from the Swansea Area Ratepayer Association.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no speakers for this item.
No opposition, okay.
Anthony, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, my name is Gan He. The address is 85 Morningside Avenue. I am one of the house owner, and Eric Zomintal is here also.
You don't have any opposition for your application, so I'm going to see
Well,
what
the ratepayers have written in.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, that is, I read that, yeah. Yeah, you have some, in that case, does it need, do we need, okay. We do not need a presentation. We have read all the materials, and maybe we have a question for you, some questions.
I'll just ask, you know, the Swansea Area Ratepayer Association has written in alleging that this is inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. Had they reached out to you in any form to share these concerns with you, or?
No, not really, because I just saw that later this morning. Actually, they sent this later the day before yesterday. I think the deadline for the comment was June 4th, so I didn't even know about this later until this morning.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by it, and you know, you're just putting an addition off the back, and right to the east of you is a brand new build, 3-story build, right?
Right. Yeah.
So this, in your view, wouldn't necessarily be inconsistent with the prevailing character?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I have one quick question. Since you have submitted some revised plans, are there any difference, and why do we have some revised plans from the original?
It's just internal. We changed some.
Okay,
yeah.
I understand. So there's nothing substantially different anyway, right? Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right. So,
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay.
All right.
Yes, please. Yes.
Again, thank you for the applicant for the further explanation. I make a motion that we approve this application. I find that the the setback, the permitted building depth are very truly minor in nature. The FSI index is also minor, as well as the minimum required side yard setback, which somewhat relate to existing conditions as well as to kind of a minor addition. So I don't believe there's any conditions or from nothing from TC, so just approve the application as submitted.
Okay, Mr. Clay, second, all in favor with no conditions? All in favor, unanimously approved. Thank you very much. And item number 9 is 407 GLENAYR Road. This is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage and a front covered porch and a rear first-story balcony and a rear ground floor covered deck with stairs. We have received a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, 7 photographs of the property, an arborist report, and also some presentation material from the agent. We received comment from Urban Forestry and also advisory staff report from Urban Forestry and also MetroLinks. We received support letter from 26 Arthur Road and also 6 forms of letters in support from 409, 405, GLENAYR, and 26 Arthur Road. Yeah.
Through the chair, as well as 408 Vista Drive and 26 Ava Road. Thank you. We have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
My name is Tay Rook. I'm at 85 Reichert Crescent, and I'm the planner for the owners of the property at 407 GLENHOLME Road.
Okay. You do not have any opposition. See whether we need a presentation from you. Anyone wants a presentation? You do? You do? Oh, no. Any questions to this applicant? Okay. I seem that we do not have any questions. We do not require a presentation because we have read all the material on this. And do you have anything you want to address the panel specifically before we move into discussion?
Through you, Madam Chair. No, I have nothing further to add other than the fact that this is a very meritorious application. We are aware of Urban Forestry's conditions and also MetroLink's comments, which we are happy to comply with, and that is all.
Okay, thank you. Now we are in committee. Yeah, Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I just make an observation. It's almost unusual to get an application for a new build in Forest Hill and a neighborhood without having some neighbors share their concerns with us. So kudos to you in reaching out to all the neighbors, and I guess if they had concerns, you've addressed them, and that is great. I often see the length and depth, and we often, again, see variances for length and depth in this particular neighborhood, but they are large lots, they're very deep lots. Most houses already go back significantly. So this, I don't think, is inconsistent with the kind of the prevailing, particularly in the new builds in this neighborhood. So I think it's a supportable application, and I'm prepared to move a motion to approve subject to forestry condition number 2. Okay,
thank you. That we have a, yes, sorry, I do not know which hand is first.
It's okay.
Mr. McKay, second, please. Yeah, and then all in favor with forestry condition. All in favor, unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Do you need a break, Gary?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we're going to take 10 minutes break. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll resume in 10 minutes. Thank you.
The chair, members, please turn off your videos and microphones. Thank you. We will resume in 10 minutes. I'll just leave it at that. Well, we have 4 minutes. We put 12 on the screen.
Oh, great. I'm going to make another one. I walked 3 times already.
We do some laps.
2 more laps.
That's true. I should be standing at least.
discovery.
Oh, what's that?
The comfort of a circle, that if you miss the door, you can go back the same way and you find it.
Well, that's why they actually have healing gardens in hospitals and parks that do the circle or the figure eight, right? There is healing nature to circles. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, we resume. The item next is item 10, 627 CARLAW Avenue. This is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition and a rear ground floor deck with a front yard parking pad. We have received a survey site plan, for plans and elevations, 4 photographs of the property, and an email correspondence from the agent. And we received comment from Transportation Services and also a staff report from MetroLink. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no speakers for this item.
No speaking. And I think there's altogether they're seeking 7 variances. Okay, let's have the agent, please.
Good morning. Through you, Madam Chair, Salvatore Crimi, address 2572 Eglinton Avenue West.
Okay, thank you. You do not have any oppositions, but I think we do have some questions for you. Let's start with the first one. The front yard parking, you received comment from Transportation Services, right? And apparently,
yes, sir.
Yeah, apparently your front yard parking is not permitted.
So it's a unique situation along CARLAW and in this area specifically. There's a number, like I did through research, you can look up existing permitted parking pads, and there's a number like within the vicinity, but within recent years, I think it's a year and a half, 2 years back, it's a councillor mandate to not have any further front yard parking pads permitted. So it's one of those situations where we didn't want to put the cart before the horse. We wanted to come before committee, explain the situation, get the approval through committee for the variance related to the parking pad, and then work with the councillor's office.
I don't, okay, we can discuss that, but yeah, thank you. Yes, please, questions, yeah.
So I saw that was your position in your materials, and maybe it was your cover letter, so that's understood. But if we were to follow Transportation's, you'd rather have us approve the rest of the variances and go ahead today. If
Correct.
We were to, yeah.
Like and it's not, looking at this situation, it's not an egregious ask, because the direct neighbor to the north has the exact same scenario, as well as a number of houses along CARLAW in close vicinity. There's an abundance of front yard parking pads. So it's a bit of a funny situation that now it's a directive to not permit them, because parking is so tight along CARLAW, and especially with the shared right of way, getting to the rear yards of these houses becomes a challenge because of the vintage of the homes. They're a lot narrower, and modern vehicles are a lot wider. So some vehicles don't even fit through the right of way so that they can park in the rear. Like I said, if the approval is granted today for the variance related to the parking space length, because there's such a small amount within the actual property, the rest is on City Boulevard, we then take that to the councillor's office to explain the situation and try and get their understanding for this unique request. If it's granted from the councillor's office, then that directive goes to Transportation, which they will allow it, because the directive is coming from the councillor's office not to permit them.
Okay, I think just to be clear, it's not the councillor that's making the decision on this. This is a council directive that has now been in place for several years. And we find ourselves in a situation where many existing homes have front yard parking pads that have been grandfathered. But the city's position, not just the councillor's position, the city's position is that going forward, they are prohibiting front yard parking pads. So I think personally, I sympathize with your situation, particularly given you're on CARLAW and you've got the park right across the street. I imagine parking is difficult. But I can tell you that you, just as you've asked for a special consideration, many people think that they're in a special circumstance, and it's difficult for this committee to consider those requests, particularly when we've got a recommendation from staff to refuse. So on that matter, if the panel chooses not to grant the parking permissions, does that change your front yard landscaping variance?
What I wanted to further speak to is I did have the same concern about the reduced soft yard front landscaping, and the owner is okay for us to entirely construct that parking pad with impermeable pavers.
No. So I was asking a slightly different question. If the panel refuses your front yard parking pad, does that change the variance that you're seeking for front yard soft landscaping?
It would, because then the proposal would be different.
So would you know what the revised variance, if you in fact you need it at all, would you know what that number is?
No. What I am saying, though, is that we can impose a condition to entirely construct the parking pad impermeable pavers.
Yeah, no, we understand what you're suggesting to us.
Yeah, I think what we are trying to get through is that if the front parking is not approved today, there's a space where there's an existing pad, whether that will be partially or wholly converted back to soft landscaping, which means that you can actually comply with variance number 6. Maybe we can delete number 6 if we're going to refuse the parking space in front. And also, the other point I want to say is that if you look at the transportation report, it seems that at the very end, the section 113.2.1, despite of whether the committee's decision is whether approve or disapprove that variance, they override us. That they can still, the transportation can still enforce their bylaw over ours. Yeah. If you look
Correct, because it's a permitted space.
Yes. That's I want to point it out to you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, and I've reached out to transportation well in advance of the hearing, and that's where I got the information that was presented. And I do respect through you, Chair, that it is a council mandated position, not just a single councillor, because it would need to be council approved. But yes, the local councillor would be the best place to start. Yeah. But yes, us, along with a lot of other examples along CARLAW, have the same challenge with Withdrawal Park right across the street, that it's near impossible to find street parking.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. So any other question to the applicant? Okay, we do not have any more questions for you, and then now we are in committee. And I only have that question about variance number 6, of soft landscaping, but I was sort of leaning towards not to touch it, just have to approve them 6, just in case somehow down the road, with all the residences, they can get the council to reverse. I'm not too sure. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, my thought is, right off the bat, when I saw the refusal recommendation from transportation, my thought was that I would follow that recommendation.
That's my
I recognize that it's nice to have pad parking, but I also recognize the city has moved away from it, and I actually quite see the value of that approach. So, but in terms of the soft landscaping variance, I don't think we can fiddle with it because, there's the porch that's encroaching into the yard. Yes. And so without getting those calculations, I think hopefully the soft landscaping that's implemented will be better than the variances requested, but they can always do better than what's requested, and so I think our safest approach would be to approve those variances to let them construct, even though they might.
Like it's all soft currently too, right?
It is all soft currently.
Yeah,
So unless they decide to remove that just to, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. We should not touch variance 6 that on the case, but sometimes we can impose if we know that it's going to convert back to soft landscaping, although it's the boulevard side, but then we probably cannot. It's not the property.
I think it would be too hard to.
I agree. Yeah. Okay.
Unless he had the numbers at hand, I think it's too hard to change it.
Yeah,
Right.
which the agent doesn't seem to. But overall, the actual addition that is the substantive reason why this is in front of us, the rear two-story addition to the home, I think, is minor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so for that, unless anyone else wants to make some comments, I would make a motion.
So are we refusing, if in your motion is refusing variance 3 and 7, right?
That's exactly right. My motion would be to approve the application, and Metrolinx is just an advisory, so there's no conditions. It would be to refuse variances 3 and 7 and approve the balance of the variances.
Okay, yeah. So anyone would like to, yeah, Mr. McKay, second. Okay, and then all in favor with that motion? Yeah, all in favor, unanimously approved, thank you. Okay, and now we move to item 11, which is 137 Maplewood Avenue. This is to permit the existing 3-story detached housing with a rear ground floor deck, a rear second floor balcony, and a rear 1-story auxiliary building, which is like a detached garage, and also which is constructed beyond the limits of the authorized permit. We have a plan, survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 5 photographs of the property and decision affecting the property, and also email corresponding from the agent. And do we have any supplemental?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no speakers for this item.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Isaac, you've been unmuted.
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, so my name is Isaac. I'm here with Janine Shmulevich, who's the owner of the home.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we have we have an unfortunate incident here. And yeah,
Yes.
would you like me to discuss
No,
the?
we have, actually, I have read all your cover letter, explain quite well how you came to this point. Yeah, it seems that it is some kind, it just occurring during final inspections, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question, though. So your previous, it's about the rear landscaping. Your previous approval, you were 24%, which is fairly low. And now you're asking for a further reduction to 19%. Maybe we can just talk a little bit about that, right? I mean, the standard is 50%, and you're actually reducing from what you were previously approved for, which was already low.
Correct. So if you take a look at the first variance that we requested was in regards to the ACs and generator in the back. We were sort of like forced to do that because we didn't really have too many other places to put them on other than the deck, which is a very, very small deck that we need to work with. It's basically the only area on the property where we can where the clients or the owners can actually enjoy outdoors. And there was like such a large space behind the garage to place the ACs and the generator. So that was just a natural an actual thing that happened. And so we needed to have a little bit of a walkway to get to that from the driveway. You can see on the site plan, it's not exaggerated or anything like that. And then the other portion was that we sort of had to, adjacent to the Ipe wood deck, we had to add a little bit of a walkway that was not there before. As the owners found, the driveway has a fairly significant slope, and if you can take a look at the grading demarcations on the site plan, it's about 2 feet, I believe, from the garage to the street, which is quite steep in the wintertime. And if you zoom out on the site plan, you'll see that it's a corner lot. And Humewood has parking on one side of the street, on that being the east side of the street. Humewood's not the widest street, and with the parking, the space is very, very limited there, and it becomes a very, very uncomfortable way of getting into the front entrance. And the clients are quite old, and they have a younger child, which is has some sort of a handicap. It really became a necessity to do that walkway. Now, the walkway that you're seeing on the side of the house is not an issue, but the walkway that's adjacent to the deck is what adds to the necessity of the reduction in the soft landscaping. They just like, you know, it would be way too dangerous to get out of the driveway and walk on the street to the front yard, to the front entrance.
So I'm just looking at the image of this. Is this concrete? Did you pour concrete there?
Yeah, it's concrete pads with a space in between them, so it's not like a continuous walk.
Okay, but there's no permeability there, right?
There's permeability through the stones in the 6-inch distance that we have between them, and the adjacent lawn that you can see.
Yeah, so I notice your side yard is pretty green, right? So you've got grass and.
Yeah, we don't have any hard surfaces on the front yard, nor do we have any hard surfaces on the west yard. We have, basically, that's the way it is. We have a lot of grass there. You can see the 6-inch spaces between the concrete pads that we have. The owners were quite cognizant of the fact that it needed permeability, and that's what we ended up with.
Okay,
you can see the slope in the driveway. It's like in the winter time. It's a pretty busy street and pretty narrow street, and it's hell to get to the front.
So you referred to the wood deck as IP?
Ipe.
So
that's also very permeable.
No, I'm not familiar with that term. My colleagues may be. I'm not familiar with that term. Can you just explain what a Ipe wood deck is?
Ipe is a very resilient Brazilian wood. And it's basically a deck, and the water can go right through it. Ipe is a very hard wood. It doesn't rot. It's a very good material to use for decking, but that's not for this discussion here. It's permeable also, but I know that decks are not really considered permeable, but it is.
No, but so you've got gaps in between. So you've got those gaps in between the pieces of wood. So water does go through, and
absolutely.
Is it soil underneath?
There's no concrete underneath it as well.
There's no concrete underneath.
There is no concrete underneath the Ipe deck. It's just soil.
Okay, good. That's what I was going to ask.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other question, please? Yes. Yes, please.
Go back to the land. Sorry, to go back to the landscape issue. The difference between compliance with the original variance and what you have now is about 6 square meters. Do you think you can find 6 square meters of hard paving and make it soft landscaping on this property?
Yes, I actually,
Like, if you look at the driveway, there's a drive that comes up off the street, then there's some large square pavers that are adjacent to the drive. And I'm looking at Google Earth right now where there's a car parked on them. But I'm saying, is there areas where you can comply, where you could retroactively become compliant with the original minor variance?
Yeah, we prefer not to. It would include, it would force us to like remove some of those pavers and possibly replace them with something else. But you know, when it comes down to it, like the water is just going to go to the side of those pavers, and it's basically just large. I don't know what to say. It's fairly permeable. It's not like the driveway, which is a solid large sheet. They're permeable. The water goes through them.
I'm looking at the large pavers adjacent to the drive. It looks like concrete square pads. They don't look permeable.
So we don't have no, it's not, they are concrete pads, but I'm saying there's a 6-inch space between them. So the water, instead of just draining to the street, goes to the 6-inch space and drains through there.
No, I do not think that we are working on the permeability of it. The question is that.
I'm sorry, I'm having a tough time hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think that the issue is this is the variance number 3. You had proposed a big soft landscaping area, right? But the question is whether you can do some improvement, at least keep the current application same as last time, which is like at about 24%. That's the question. It's not about permeability. I think it's about soft landscaping, area landscaping. So, yeah.
Yeah, my comment, if I can add, is that you're significantly under the requirement. You were given consideration at your previous application going down to less than half of the requirement. You're now even further underneath that requirement, and it would be
All right. Okay. So you know what? One benefit of having the homeowner right beside me is how about we just would you be comfortable with allowing us to change the 3 pads that are adjacent to the driveway to permeable pavers instead of the concrete?
The concern I have with that is that it won't actually change the variance at all, because that's within the right-of-way, not within the area that is giving rise to the variance. So, like, it might be an improvement of condition, but I say this more for my fellow panelists, but it won't change the variance at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's my comment. It's not about permeability. It's about the amount of soft landscape you reduce, which I think some members just don't feel comfortable that you already given consideration last time at 24, and now you further reduce it. We just don't feel comfortable with that.
I mean, the explanation given was the pads to access the AC units at the rear. So,
so the question to you,
that's what they could remove to get us back to where it was, would be those additional concrete blocks that at the rear. That's the difference.
All right. So would you be okay with us changing those pads to permeable pavers?
Okay, that's a question to do. Will you be satisfied if
I don't know why you need them at all, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's not very convenient to walk on mud or on grass.
So, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I don't speak for the whole committee, but I would say that if the pavers that don't have AC units or a generator on them, and the ones adjacent to the driveway were removed and made into grass, I think that's a pretty nice gesture towards improving the soft landscaping requirement, even though a lot of it is actually on city property.
Are we in committee?
So I do not know. So,
Green committee or-
so any more questions first
Sorry.
to this applicant? if we do not have any more questions, because I don't think that he agreed to our suggestion to increase soft landscaping. So we are in committee.
No, I will change those pavers adjacent to the garage to gravel, okay?
Sure, gravel's permeable. Okay.
Okay.
So does that, so before we go into committee, does that get you back to the 24%?
So if we go back to the softscape drawing, which you have there. Yeah, that one right there. No, that's the site plan, the one below it. You're right there. If you zoom in, you'll see that those pavers adjacent to below the garage are labeled as, no, a little bit further, zoom down a little bit further, scroll down a bit further. Yeah, those are the square footages of those pads. So we have like 23 square feet there. So it would give us like, it would reduce my request by 50%.
Through the chair, we'll need the new numbers. So for variance number 3, what would you be amending that variance to? We need the percentage and the meter square.
All right, so let me just take a look at it for a second. I had it. So,
And just before you do that calculation, to be clear, the remaining additional hard landscaping, it's the portion of the concrete walkway that goes alongside the house that falls within the rear yard. Is that the additional?
no, so that's basically on city property. That doesn't. First of all, the side yard is the side yard. It's not the rear yard. It's only the section of the rear yard along the side that's
Exactly.
the rear yard softscaping. Do you follow what I just tried to explain?
I think so. So the reason why this doesn't get you back to 24%, though, then that's because of the pad, I guess, that's under the AC units. Is that why?
Under the what? I'm sorry.
Under the
under the generator and the ACs.
Okay, thanks.
Which is fine.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to figure out why it wasn't getting us back to 24.
So are you doing a calculation for us, sir?
Yeah, so I calculated earlier that my reduction from the 24 to the, just give me a second.
Yeah, the 19 that's asked, yeah.
Then my reduction from the 24 to the 19.7 was 32 square feet. Okay, and what I just said here was that I would be able to reduce it by 23. So that's basically 60% of my reduction. So that would so I would be okay in reducing that, and the number would need to be.
You mean increasing that, Mike?
It would need to be like 22%.
22%, the area is what? Tell
instead of 19.7.
Okay.
And the area in meters square, please.
Okay, just a second. So, just give me a second. So what did we say it was? It's 23 square feet. Just give me a second. Yeah, so if you gave me a reduction, if So I would need a reduction of about like 2.2 square meters. So that would be, it would be 21 meters.
What? 22%, I think it's about 23 square meter.
I'm just calculating what the square footage is. The square footage is 25. I converted 23 square feet to meters. It's 2.1.
Add that to 18.77.
Yeah.
You need to give us the number, sir.
Yeah, it's 21 meters. If you allowed me 21 meters, I would be good with that.
Okay.
I think more than that, but it's, that, okay, you got the area. Okay, yeah, we got, yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah, so, all right, we've done with that, and then now we're in committee. Yeah. So he's willing to increase the soft landscaping to 22%. It's a month, 21 square meter, but I think it's a little bit more, but then it's fine. 22%. What do you think? Make you feel a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to move this. First of all, I thank the applicant for taking the time and the owner for taking the time. We really are trying to make sure that we're consistent in our messaging about land.
Your microphone.
Again, thank you to the applicant and the owner. And they're working with us on this because we like to make consistent in our messaging about soft landscaping in the city of Toronto. I do find the other variances minor in nature. We recognize things happen during construction, but again, we like to put our standard note about things with regard to non-compliant construction going forward. But again, I recommend we approve this with the proposed modifications as suggested with regard to the percentage of landscaping.
Anyone like to second that motion? Mr. McKay, second. All in favor with the amended agenda, variance number 3. Is it all in favor? Yeah, okay. Yeah, all approved unanimously with amended agenda. Thank you.
And through the chair, for the record, are we adding the for the record note about committee does not condone unauthorized construction without a permit?
I'd like to add a condition.
That was what you had mentioned. I'm not sure that it applies in this case because it really is just a different building inspector view. You know, like I don't think there was an intention to build it. Well, I suppose the
generator and the
pavers,
air conditioners were additional adds that were not permitted.
Through the chair, sorry, there is no, to legalize and maintain in this case, there wasn't an OTC violation technically issued in this case. Yeah, so in this case, we don't need to put a for the record note in the minutes, but you are on the record, on the recording.
Recording, but something that we have discussed but we forgot to mention is the permeable, convert some of the paver into permeable or gravel.
I think that's what he's doing to increase the soft landscaping is by putting grass.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
so
by
we do not
making
need
it
to
a
be that
revised
condition.
application.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now I got it clear. Thank you. So that's still the same motion and still the same approval, unanimously approved. Okay, thank you. So item number 12 is 537 Bloor Street West. This is to alter the existing two-story non-residential building by constructing a front and a rear ground floor additions. The ground floor will be converted into one restaurant space, and also the existing office space and dental office space located on the second floor will be maintained. We have received survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 4 photographs of the property, and also a letter from the agent. We also received some decisions affecting property.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, and there are no speakers for this item.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Monchan. I'm on behalf of the owner for property at 537 Bloor Street West. And my address is 1505 150 Fairview Mall Drive.
Yeah. It seems to be quite straightforward in terms of what you're asking for. But can I ask you a question? Is this already like the existing use is non-conforming, permitted non-conforming use? Yeah.
So the current use, it's actually, we are combining two units at the ground floor. One is the restaurant and the other one is retail store. And we are combining the two units into one restaurant use.
Oh, I see. It's already a restaurant there, or it's no restaurant?
Yeah,
current.
Yeah, currently there's one unit is a restaurant and it's I think it's a pizza bar.
Oh, I see. So you combine the both unit into one. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Yeah. Any questions? And I do not think we need a presentation. So we do not have any more questions. Do you have anything you want to address us before we move into decision?
I think our variants are really straightforward, and I think our proposal is reasonable and supported under the 4 test of the Planning Act. So we respectfully ask the panel members to consider approving this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, now we are in committee. Yeah. Okay. Who wants to take on this one? Yeah. Larry?
Sure. This is, as everyone's mentioned, this is very straightforward and quite an appropriate use given the location on Bloor Street at Lippincott. I'm surprised that we even have to do this. That's quite an appropriate use for that corner. So I will move approval with no conditions.
Okay. Paul again, second. All in favor, no conditions. All in favor, approve unanimously. Thank you. And next item is 1043 Gerrard Street East. This is to construct a rear 2-story detached house and with front and side Juliet balconies on the 2nd floor. This existing 2-story mixed-use semi-detached building will be maintained and unaltered. There will be 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. One dwelling is within the mixed-use building, and the other one is within the detached house. We receive a site plan floor plan elevations and the Redland public notice, and a copy of survey site plan floor plan elevations, 2 photographs of the property, cover letters from the agent and corresponding from the agent, and some presentation material from the agent. We received comments from Metro Links and community planning and also transportation. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, and there are no speakers for this item. This is an amended application by the applicant. Perhaps you will have the applicant go through the red-lined notice with their amendments.
Yes, yeah, let's have the agent, yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the panel. Franco Romano, Action Planning 321 Lakeshore.
Let's go through go through the amendment first, before we start.
Yes, so I'm removing or deleting variance number 9, which is the setback from the center line of the lane. And I am amending variance number 8 so that the distance from the lot line on the opposite side of the lane is 5 meters instead of what was on the notice as 4.05 meters. And thank you, staff, for bringing those up.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any other speakers on this item, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, no. And I'll just clarify in terms of the purpose of application, staff can delete the reference to the semi-detached building. We'll just keep it as the mixed-use building, just for clarity, as long as the applicant is amenable for that.
Okay. So do you agree with that change? Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's fine. That's fine. Thank you kindly.
Okay. So do you have anything you want to address the committee, because we are ready to?
Chair, I think this is one where planning staff have recommended refusal, so I think it would be good to hear a presentation from the agent on this application.
Yes, you heard that, right? So so can you give us a presentation and also the staff report, if you can address that too here?
Yes, thank you kindly. I appreciate staff bringing up those slides. So this project was designed and is designed as a laneway suite. A laneway suite is an ancillary building that's to the rear of another building on a lot. In a mixed use land use designation, you'll see at the bottom of this slide, residential is permitted. So the land use is definitely a permitted use. So I disagree with planning staff that a residential dwelling is not permitted within the mixed use area, and I'll show you some examples. We can go back to slide number 1, please. We'll see that the laneway suite is that is being proposed here is being interpreted as a detached house by the zone examiner. And because we need to obtain a building permit, should the committee authorize the variances, we'll follow what the zone examiner has identified. But they've also identified, and I highlighted here in yellow, that the proposed use is a laneway suite, which is a self-contained building to the rear of the existing building. The laneway suite, if we go to slide number 2, you'll see that it is subordinate in size and use. On slide number 2, you'll see the site plan. Thank you kindly. So the proposed residential building is smaller in floor area, and it is smaller in lot coverage than the principal building on the lot. The proposal is for an ancillary building to contain residential. It is not to permit another principal building, which would be a detached house. What is being proposed here, you'll see outlined in blue, closely resembles the existing ancillary structure that's at the back, except that we have moved it away from the laneway. So the existing ancillary building is basically built on the property line along GOUGH and on the laneway. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that the laneway is currently 3.05 meters, and the existing ancillary structure is on that property line. In yellow, I've shown the as-of-right laneway suite in an R zone. The R zone is, for example, 77 GOUGH, which is on the right-hand side of this screen. And because we've moved the building further away from the laneway, we have a little bit of a difference between the as-of-right under an R zone and what is being proposed. If we go to the next slide, we'll see the existing condition, and the building to the east of the subject site, that's a fitness center. It's not residential, but you'll see the mixed-use building in the upper left, and the existing ancillary structure is to be removed in the lower right. And that entirely paved area in between, much of that is being replaced with soft landscaping in the proposal. Where the van is, that is where the one parking space is being retained. On slide number 5, we'll see a short distance away, right across the street. We go to the opposite side of Gerrard on GALT Avenue. On the left-hand, on the top picture, you'll see on the left-hand side, that is a mixed-use building. And then there is a residential house, a detached house. Those properties are under a mixed-use land use designation, and they are zoned exactly the same as the subject property. Same official plan, same zoning. And to the right of that house, 88 GALT, is a 3.05 meter laneway next to 90 GALT, which is zoned residential. On slide number 6, you'll see a similar condition, one block to the west of the subject site on Marjorie Avenue. On the right, on the top photograph, on the right-hand side, you'll see a mixed-use building. You'll see there's an accessory structure in the back, and then there's a house, a detached house, 2.5 stories. And to the left of that detached house is the laneway. That detached house is on lands designated mixed use and zone CR. And on the next page, slide number 7, you'll see 280 Woodfield. So this is a little farther away, and I've shown a key map there. But it is on the same side of Gerrard Street, within the same 1 block south of Gerrard. Same land use designation, mixed use, same CR zoning. There's a mixed use building to the right in the upper photograph, and then there is a residential building to the back. And this is the case where there is no laneway. So that residential building on the back is clearly subordinate to the main building. And I would submit that what is being proposed here is a laneway suite, while it's being interpreted as a detached house. It's very much in keeping
Your
with...
5 minutes is up. Can you make a quick summation, please?
Yes, thank you. So I submit that the variances are minor in nature, and the request by transportation for a lane widening does not have a reasonable attachment to any variance that's being sought. We disagree with the request for the laneway widening. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Any questions, please? Yes, we have some questions. Yeah, go ahead.
So I understand your position on the transportation request, but if we were to impose the transportation condition, now that with the revised plan, is the rear wall or the laneway facing wall of the laneway suite or detached house, however we want to call it, is it far enough away to accommodate a 1.98 meter strip of land?
Thank you for that question. We have a disagreement on that number by about 3 centimeters. So at 1.95 meters, we are providing more than half of the width of the lane. So I would say that yes, we would be accommodating enough for the transportation services to achieve more than 1/2 of the laneway widening on the south side of. The north side of the lane.
But it would have to be 1.95, not 1.98.
Correct. We believe that 1.98 is the correct number. I've communicated with transportation staff and asked them why they're asking more than 1/2 of the width of the, in order to widen the lane to what transportation staff wish to receive. They are asking for more than 1/2 from my client. And the standard procedure is that if a laneway widening can be obtained, and there is a legislative authority to obtain the laneway widening, then they would take half from either side. And right now, the 1.98 would amount to more than half from my client's side.
Okay, and so then what's the final width that you understand transportation to be asking for?
They have asked in their memorandum for 1.98 meters.
No, I understand that, but you're saying 1.95 would be the right amount.
Seems that.
Right.
So that would be so it's about 2 meters from both sides.
Correct.
To get it to a final width of, that's my question.
Oh, they're looking to achieve up to 6 meters in width.
Okay.
Yeah, to me, it seems that they should have worked that number out before us, because I don't feel comfortable to override the recommendation.
Franco, so from my personal perspective, this frankly doesn't seem like an unreasonable application given the context, right? It is, as you pointed out, the parameters of what you're proposing seem to be fairly consistent with what a laneway suite would look like. We find ourselves in this unfortunate situation where the overall zoning on this site appears to change the dynamic of what you're proposing. So you've obviously had discussions with planning staff. Can you just take a moment and reflect on those discussions that you've had, and where obviously you're not in agreement, but could you help the panel understand the nature of those discussions and where you've left it?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for that question. Planning staff have actually not discussed the project with me. They reached out, and I reached out to them and asked them to call me to discuss. And the response that I had from the planner that wrote the report was that they talked to their colleague, and they're going to be recommending refusal. And then they would not discuss it with me. So.
So you've had no discussions with planning staff, in essence?
In essence, there are no substantive discussions with planning staff. I know they're following what the zone examiners identified, and I know that they've gone and solicited from the zone examiner a description that the zone examiner is identifying it as a detached house. But this is clearly a laneway suite. It's subordinate. It's not a principal dwelling.
Are you laneway suites typically have servicing that is attached to the principal dwelling? What's the nature of the servicing that you're proposing for this site?
Because it's a corner lot, if the city requires it to be separately serviced, it can be separately serviced, but it's going to be serviced from the main services of the existing mixed-use building.
Okay, so you're basically doing a takeoff from the existing building.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, it's exactly correct. And just to add on to the house, if my client were going to propose a detached house, it would not contain 9-foot ground floor and 8-foot second floor floor to ceiling heights. It would be a 3-story structure that looks like a detached house, and that's clearly not what is the case here. The case is to have a rental unit on the property. It's on a fine grain lot pattern along Gerrard Street. We're not going to see mid-rise buildings along this corridor. And the proposal is a way to accommodate some rental housing in a fairly sensitive manner.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, please, we still have more questions there.
Yeah, so I think this has essentially been addressed in what you're saying, but if this were not a CR zoning, if this were an R zoning, this this would be a laneway suite.
100%, yes.
I think that's slightly different. Laneway suite restricting the main building is also residential, so this is a mixed use. So it still have a little bit of deviant.
Yeah, well, the main building might not be mixed use if this was our zoning, but yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Through the chair, just for clarity for the record, so the planning staff report, it was previously on the screen, it speaks to the detached house not being permitted in the CR zone. Staff also have the clarity from the zoning examiner in the buildings department. It's in the extra late folder, where the zoning examiner is clarifying that the proposed separate building containing a dwelling unit should be considered a detached house. Laneway suites are permitted only in certain low-rise residential zones and must be accessory to a primary residential building. In this case, the subject property is located within a CR zone, and the main building on the lot is a mixed-use building, not a low-rise residential building. Additionally, the proposed building is a principal structure, not an accessory one. So just to make that clear.
Yeah. That's one of the.
No, I understand that legally, because it's a CR, it's not a laneway suite. I was just meaning by analogy, if this weren't a CR, that wouldn't be the case.
Thank you. That's a really good question. That's the way I have the main issues on this application. Okay, any more questions, please? Yeah. Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, yeah, Philip, please.
Yeah. So I think this is a good use of this site. We're talking about, well, I haven't done the calculation, but it looks like 100 meters from the future Ontario line stop at Gerrard Square. So it is a spot that's going to see intensification. And the idea that doing a laneway suite is inappropriate because it's CR, but if you read the planning staff report, an apartment building would be appropriate. I mean, the inappropriateness of the laneway suite is clearly not about densification of the site or about mixed use because the building that's there is already mixed use. It's just that CR zones weren't contemplated when laneway suites were permitted. To me, it almost is a gap in sort of what was contemplated with laneway suites. I see no reason. Now, the variances are being contemplated as though this is a detached home, and I don't think that the planning examiner is wrong with that. I think they're right with that. The zoning is what it is. But if we look at it in context, adding an accessory dwelling unit here akin to a laneway suite, I think makes a lot of sense. What I disagree with fairly strongly is the applicability of the OLT decision that was filed saying that the transportation staff condition would be illegal to require the conveyance. I think the OLT decision is pretty clear that it says, firstly, those decisions are limited to the facts of the case, and the decision is pretty clear that the facts of that case were that the conveyance sought there, which did not pertain to a laneway, pertained to a right-of-way on the in another context, was not related to the variances. Whereas here, I think the conveyance sought by transportation staff is, on the one hand, the applicant's representative almost wants to have his cake and eat it too. He says this is akin to a laneway suite, but then he says the transportation staff request having to do with the fact that there's a laneway there and they want to increase the size of the laneway isn't applicable. So I think it is relevant to the variances, including the ones pertaining to the distance from the other side of the laneway and from the center line of the laneway. So anyway, it's long-winded, but there was a lot to unpack, so I thought it was important to kind of set out my thoughts. I think on the whole, I find the application supportable, but I would impose the transportation conditions.
I totally agree with this. Yeah, I don't want to mess with the transportation number.
Yeah, I agree with Phil. I'm struggling to find a good reason not to support this one, and it is basically it's in a residential neighborhood. It is on the periphery, albeit, but it is part of the residential neighborhood. I'm struggling to find a good rationale other than it doesn't, as planning staff say, it's not in keeping with the general intent and purposes of the official planning and zoning bylaw. I'm not sure. I appreciate that is a technical interpretation of the OP, but I'm not sure that just on the basis of that this is a bad proposal. I think this is generally a pretty good proposal. There's an existing one-story structure there. This is moving it in a little bit, as Phil points out, but it's just putting a second story on that, which is not at all inconsistent with the application for laneway suites and garden suites in other parts of the city. There is no negative impact of this application on the street, on the abutting property, on the principal dwelling. There's no negative here. So other than planning staff's view that is inconsistent with the OP, which I get, but there's a lot of things that we approve that some are good to do, but aren't necessarily totally consistent with the planning. So I was struggling to, I don't like not agreeing to what planning staff and recommend. They have some expertise, they have bigger perspectives on this thing, but I'm struggling to find out what the negative is on this one, and I don't really see a negative.
Can I put in my 2 cents? I think that the planning staff is actually, they based on the zoning, maybe it doesn't fit into the idea of the developing the site. I do not think that they focus on the impact. I think that they probably focus on on whether it's not enough impact. That they like to have apartments there, maybe. But then if you have just a single lot there, it's very difficult. Unless you get more property, maybe you can develop apartments.
But that's
better, right?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, but I also find it a little odd because to me, this is still improving the lot by the addition of one unit.
Yeah.
And it's a more sensitive transition to the neighborhood than if they did do like lot line to lot line apartments.
Exactly. That's why I agree. I think that is a very reasonable proposal overall.
Yeah, and
with
I don't think we can anticipate what the longer term use for this whole strip is. Maybe it will get redeveloped, but again, at this point in time, this is not an unreasonable application.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. So, more. Yeah, please.
No, my only comment is that does it set a precedent for this type of commercial zone that creates conflicts in the future? And I can't. It's a special situation, special site, so I don't think it has a long-term kind of precedent-setting issue. So I agree.
So it sounds like we might have a motion.
I would like to see the 1.98 meter kept.
Which is the transportation.
Which is the transportation, because I know that it's a matter of 3 centimeters or something like that between the applicant's approach, but it would be, I think that would be advisable that they comply with transportation.
Yeah, and then they can work it out later if they can reduce by a few centimeters. Okay, do we have a motion, Philip? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate that comment because I was going to be a little lenient on the 1.95, but you know what, it makes sense. Transportation is asking for what they are for a reason, so let's support that. I would move to approve it, subject to the transportation condition.
And it's amended.
As amended.
Yes. Okay, who want to second that motion? Mr. McKay, second. And all in favor with amended and the transportation conditions, yeah. Unanimously approved with those. Yeah. And now we move to number 14 is 164 McDonald Avenue. This is to construct a new 2-story auxiliary building containing a garage on the ground floor and a garden suite on the second floor. And this is to abutting the Garden Avenue. This will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, and this 1 unit in the main house and 1 unit in the auxiliary building. The existing garage will be demolished. We receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, 4 photographs, and the decision affecting the properties and some presentation material from the agent. And we receive comments from Urban Forestry, and we receive support from 168 McDonald Avenue, and also 8 letters of support from the Garden Avenue. And we have received oppositions from 154 and also 190 McDonald Avenue, yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's a number of letters in opposition that goes on to the next page, number of residents on McDonald Avenue, Garden Avenue.
Yes, that's quite a number of oppositions here. 11 additional oppositions, yes.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online for this application, and we have a speaker in person in opposition.
Yes.
Jonathan, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, committee. Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Yes, you realize you have quite a few oppositions, so we require a presentation from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we bring up my presentation material, please? Beautiful, thank you. If we could just zoom in on the first slide, that would be great. So, Madam Chair, as you mentioned, this is the replacement of an existing garage, essentially with a 2nd-story addition on top of it. The land you see to the right is a right-of-way that provides access to other dwellings along McDonell, as well as the adjacent property on Garden. That will remain as it is. So unlike my colleague, Mr. Romano, previously, who spoke about the type of proposal, this is both a garden suite and in some sense a laneway proposal, because again, that land to the rear of this will never be redeveloped. That will always stay as access to allow for those proposals. So again, although it is not a city lane, it is a right-of-way that provides access that will be maintained in perpetuity to allow access. Could we go to the next slide, please? I just wanted to then give a little context. The adjacent property, the property on the north side of McDonell. If we just go to the next slide, please. The property on the north side of McDonell has a similar structure. I would call it a 1.5 to 2 story structure. So in terms of, again, this built form existing, this essentially is located directly across the street. If we could go to the next slide, please. There are 6 variances that are before you. In my opinion, 4 of them are essentially technical in nature. Although this is a new structure that is being proposed, we could just zoom in on some of the numbers. Although this, again, is a new structure, the setbacks that are being requested are actually an improvement from what is on and located within the existing garage today. So again, we see an existing garage setback of 0.29 meters, which would be located to the west. We are improving, again, by a modest 1 centimeter. But again, it speaks to where the location is being proposed. I've actually taken the existing garage outline and put it in yellow. So what we see there, the yellow area, is the existing location of that garage. The 0.08 meter reduction is just for a second floor projection that I put in blue. The rest of the existing garage is to remain at 0.28 meters, which again is where it exists today. Very importantly, the existing rear landscaping is to remain. There is no alteration proposed to the rear yard landscaping. Further to that, if we look to the north, we can see the word existing landscaping. This is a very wide boulevard that's adjacent to McDonell. So in terms of any additional landscaping, there's ample landscaping within that city boulevard to aid in drainage. And as we can see, there is a fence we can see by the tick line with the X as it faces McDonell. Next thing is I wanted to speak about the separation. There is a 1-story addition at the rear. The separation between the second story and the proposed garden suite is 5.75 meters. That then starts to bring down that impact of what we're proposing. Again, because there is a 1-story addition, that separation of mass is actually increased, as you would not only see it from McDonell, but also from the side street itself. Could we go to the next slide, please? The standard permitted height with a separation of 7.5 meters, now granted, we are not at 7.5 meters, would be 6 meters. What we can see here is I've given you 2 graphics. Previously, I spoke of that encroachment, of that reduction of the setback along the flanking street. That is where the increase of the 0.37 meters for that height projection is. The rest of the proposed garden suite is at 6 meters. So again, we start to lessen that impact of what we have as it is adjacent to the neighbor. Further to that, if we could go back to page 1, we can see that there are trees located, again, in the rear yards. In terms of privacy and overlook, if we could go to the floor plans, please. Yes, please. If we could go to the proposed ground floor plan. Part of the policies of SAS speak to the SAS policy 670, which pertains to garden suites, speaks specifically to limiting privacy and overlook on adjacent neighbors. As we can see, there are no windows located along the rear wall or the west wall of this floor. If we could go to the next floor, please. We can also see here on the south wall, which would be the adjacent neighbors, there is no window proposed. There is a small window proposed again in the stairwell, but that is not a livable area. Going back to the SAS policy, we are maintaining again the rear yard landscaping open space. We are not eliminating or proposing to remove any trees or injure them. And lastly, I did just want to maintain about the type of unit. It is a nice 2-bedroom unit.
Yes.
I believe I'm out of town.
Your 5 minutes is up, so that's you finished? Yeah.
I could keep going, but I believe I will.
No, don't, because you only
answer
have
some
5
of the
minutes.
questions.
Thank you. All right, so we will hold our question to you, and then we would like to hear the oppositions first, and then we'll come back to you. Okay. Let's have the, yeah, please. Welcome, yeah.
There we go. Hi.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's possible to pull up a photograph from...
we need your name and address first.
It's, sorry, good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Eden Herzog. I live at 162 McDonell Avenue, adjacent to the subject property.
Okay.
My submission was the one that was 4 megabytes.
Let's bring up the material before we start the class.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Pages 4 and 5 have the photographs, and I just wanted to have those images up for you to see from my perspective.
There's some photographs. Yeah, okay. Is this it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's it, right?
But page 5, I mean, that's the view, that's...
No, then you can start.
Okay,
start, yeah.
I'll start.
Yeah.
Okay, my main objections are to the scale and location of this structure. The application fails to meet several of the required tests under the Planning Act, including the general intent of the zoning bylaw, whether the variances are minor, and whether the development is appropriate for the area. At the outset, it's important to understand the current context of this property. My neighbors have an existing garage which stores 2 old cars that they don't drive, as well as a city property parking pad for the 2 cars in use. So instead of actually converting this garage into a 1-story garden suite in alignment with the Planning Act, they're proposing to build a 20-foot high building for both their cars and a suite on top, while also maintaining the parking spots on a high visibility corner lot. I understand the city's goal of gentle densification, but there is nothing gentle about this proposal. It violates not 1 or 2, but 6 of the bylaws. Cumulatively, these variances are not minor at all and would reflect a major departure from zoning intent. This excess will have a significant negative impact on the surrounding community, including my own property. This 2-story building would alter the experience and character of our laneway, affect the livability of nearby homes, while also setting a precedent that goes well beyond the city's Planning Act. There are 15 neighbors in opposition to this proposal on record, and many more who did not submit letters. I urge the committee to consider the cumulative impact of these variances, not just in isolation, but in how they combine to create a structure that is oversized, overbuilt, and incompatible with the surrounding area. So these are the variances of highest concern to me. One, and if you look at page 5, there's a photo from my backyard. Yeah. And you'll see on the right, there's a tarp structure next to the existing garage. So number 1, soft landscaping reduced to 37% from 50%. The zoning report submitted indicates this 37% as landscaped, but not soft landscaping. There is currently a makeshift structure in place that connects their house with the garage, leaving 0% soft landscaping. This variance should be tied to a site plan with the condition that the rear yard between the residence and the 2-story building be exclusively soft landscaping. The rear and side yard setbacks. The building is proposed to be just 0.3 meters from the rear and south lot lines, which raises concerns about fire safety and emergency access, and also that it should be equal distance from the shared south lot line should I or a future owner decide to build a garden suite in the back. The separation between the main house and garden suite, it's a 3.52 meter versus 7.5 meter. Reducing the separation by more than half increases fire spread risk and creates bulk and crowding. This is only 47% of the requirement. Given the distance between the proposed suite and the existing house, and that the building face of this proposal is stucco, the fire rating and flame propagation from the stucco insulation should also be questioned. 5, height. 6.37 meters versus 4 meters. This exceeds the bylaw's permitted height by more than 2.3 meters, nearly 60% taller than allowed. This will tower over neighboring backyards, reducing privacy, blocking sunlight, and creating a sense of enclosure that is inconsistent with the character of the laneway and street. This is not a minor adjustment by any means. If my neighbor's intention for this building was gentle densification, they would move the old cars and build an actual garden suite consistent with the Planning Act and its objective. The current 2-story building proposal is excessive and inequitable. I respectfully urge the committee to reject this application in its current form, or require the applicant to scale back the proposal to comply with key zoning requirements that protect adjacent homeowners like myself, specifically reducing the height from 2 stories to 1 and maintaining the proper amount of distance between structures for fire safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Yeah, okay. Just very quick question. Your backyard is actually on the south side of this proposed, on the south side. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Any more questions? Okay. No more. So can we have the next speaker?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are no more registered speakers for this item.
Oh, okay. A lot of oppositions. Maybe they did not register. Okay, so let's bring back the agent to address some of the issues raised by the opposition. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just briefly want to go over a couple of the issues that are more, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very good. Yeah, very well.
My apologies, it just beeped on my end. I just wanted to go over a couple of issues that are building code related. One would be the stucco flame spread rating of the addition and all that. That would all be dealt with at a building code level. If this were to be approved, that would all have to be demonstrated to provide the 1 hour non-combustible construction, as any other structure would be. The next one, I heard a suggested condition of approval. We do not have an issue with the rear yard being soft landscaping. Again, if approved, that is not something we have an issue with. If we could go back to page 1 of my support material, I just wanted to draw attention to something as it relates to if this were to be a 1-story garden suite. In my opening statement, I discussed the large boulevard that, again, we can see here, which is the fenced-in area. So imagine essentially the face of the existing garage is the property line. If this were to be made a 1-story structure, okay, just as a garden suite, one of the conditions of transportation would be the closing of that curb cut. So again, that curb cut would then have to be closed and that boulevard would have to be restored. So in essence, if this were to be a 1-story garden suite, we would not be permitted to have any parking available to the residents, because again, the curb cut would have to be closed and the boulevard would have to be restored to its natural green area. I think I can appreciate the chair's comment about the location of this as it relates to the height and the structure. As we can see here, there are large trees essentially on that flanking street that we can already see are starting to cast shadows. Additionally, there's a 2nd floor balcony of the previous speaker that we can see right here. Committee, we know the zoning bylaw cannot work for every single property, and that is why we have the minor variance procedure. The city wants to increase densification. This is essentially an age-in-place unit for the parents of the occupants of the house. If this were to be refused, there would be no other option to add any density on this property. When I look at that separation of once we increase it and we take it to the 2nd floor, in conjunction again with that essentially being a 6-meter building as it fits everywhere else, and with that laneway never going to be, with that right of way we can see there, I do think this is appropriate and desirable, and I do think it implements the SAS policies of the official plan for garden suites. This, again, would really be the only proposal that would be permitted to add any type of density to this property. That's essentially what I have to say. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Yes, we do. Just wait, we have a couple of questions here. Yeah.
Yeah, again, when I was using Street View and whatnot, but there does seem to be a lot of accessory structures, play equipment, sheds. When you're saying that you'll restore a landscape, what do you mean by that? When you will commit to the soft landscaping, what does that mean?
So presently, through you, Madam Chair, that's actually a great question, and we did discuss it. Because of the shape of the garage now, they are storing stuff outside. Again, we're happy to restore that rear yard to be extensively landscaped with soft landscaping, which again, although the neighbor to the south is correct in not identifying it as soft on the plans, within the notice before you, it does say soft landscaping on it. So it would have to be essentially maintained and restored to all soft.
Okay, does it mean that currently, what is it? The landscape is like pavers you have?
Pavers and some grass, correct.
And then you will accept a condition to convert that all in soft landscaping, right?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes, Philip, please. Yeah.
Does that mean that we can just remove variance 1? I mean, if you're saying you'll convert substantially all of the rear yard into soft landscaping, then certainly that's got to be better than 50%. Like, how is this 36.96 number calculated?
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. GOUGH, the actual structure itself is not taken as soft landscaping, so it's actually interpreted as hard. So the structure that is being proposed essentially occupies the other portion of that 8 square meters.
I see. So it's the structure that's the rest of the rear yard.
Correct.
So by converting that into soft landscaping, so you are still just meeting variance number 1, that will be total of only 36.9%?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
I understand. Yeah.
Do you have a diagram that shows how you calculated the square footage?
If we go to the plans, I can tell you this architect designer has very well-read plans. We can see on page C0A 1.1, yeah, right there. The bottom right indicates the amount of landscaping where we see the rear yard area, and then the proposed soft.
Yes.
Yeah. Done? Jonathan, so, you looked at the correspondence and opposition. Frankly, most of the opponents are elsewhere on the street, not necessarily directly impacted, but they do raise the issue about height and massing. I just wanted to confirm, the issue for you really is separation distance, right? Because if you met the separation distance requirement, you would be permitted to have a suite of the height you're proposing.
Through you, Madam Chair, essentially, correct, Mr. Clay, save for that small projection that juts out at the 6.37, which is on the flanking street side, but the entire structure itself is essentially 6 meters.
Right. Which would be permitted if you were 7.5 meters away from the existing structure.
Correct. And if this were to be 7.5 meters, there would be no structure that would essentially be usable or occupied.
Okay. So you've heard.
Correct. It's entirely the separation.
So you've heard colleagues, especially in Roncy, there's obviously great concern about soft landscaping and drainage, et cetera. So you've heard colleagues raise questions about the rear yard, which are legitimate, and I think you've answered them. But if the panel were so inclined to approve this, are you going to be pulling that driveway area as part of your construction? It looks like right now it looks like it's all beat up asphalt.
You can,
So I can only assume that your client is planning to redo that.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would assume correct, Mr. Clay. We didn't have that conversation, but yes, I would especially assume with more construction vehicles, if approved going on there, it would actually only become worse.
Yeah,
over time.
It looks pretty rough as it is. So
yes,
I guess, I mean, I appreciate that it's on municipal property, and we can't necessarily put a condition when it's on municipal property.
we can put a comment.
I can ask Jonathan to commit to doing that.
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I would ask the owners to commit to making that permeable pavers.
I think, you know, it's a small measure, but I think it would be helpful, particularly as I imagine, you know, you'd have to remove that anyways.
Yes, because I do believe it will just become more and more degraded through construction, if approved.
Okay, thank you.
So how will we make?
We can't put a condition.
Yeah, exactly, but then we will just mention.
Mr. Benkowski is a frequent flyer with this committee, and I'm sure we'll be
You
able to hold
remember
him
what he promised, right? Okay, thank you.
to his commitment.
John,
One other comment.
yes, please.
Is I have no basis to understand that percent landscaping. There's no data at all that say it's 36%, 10%. I totally trust the applicant and his representative, but I don't, like, there's no analysis here presented to show that that's not all going to be, or what percentage of that landscaped area will be soft. Will there be pavers? Will there?
My understanding was 100%, 100, and that was the he showed the calculation.
100%. I mean, no path, nothing. Okay.
And if we tie it to the site plan, which doesn't show anything, right?
Yeah, there is no site plan really. It's just
the site plan doesn't just says landscaping.
I see what you're saying. There's no
site plan?
indication.
Right.
There's only some figures on the.
Well, the site plan says the backyard and it says landscaped, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So,
But he's going to change that into soft landscaping. There's not as landscaping.
I thought he said there's pavers back there.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
No, that was now. It has to be extensively landscaped to reach that number, which is essentially entirely being soft landscaped.
So you can put a condition in saying that entire area between the two properties is to be soft landscape.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay, this would be double insurance, yeah.
Are we in committee, sorry, at this
Are
point?
we in committee?
Yeah, at this point?
So do we have any more questions first?
No further question, no.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Well, I do have trouble with the height, right? In terms of the standards for garden suites and for laneway suites aren't that old, and we've got a 4-meter maximum height, and they're wanting 6.37 here. So, just with respect to that variance, I personally couldn't support it.
Okay. Is there a question?
Well, I would just make a comment in reflection.
Let's finish the question first, and then we can.
Sorry, are we in committee or not?
No, that's what I mean.
That was a question? Or that
I
was
thought we
that was
were
a
in
comment.
committee.
We were in committee. We were in committee.
Okay, we're committee now. We can make comment. Mr.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was a comment in committee. Yeah. So I think that the heights are different for garden suites and laneway suites, and again, this one is on a corner lot and beside a laneway. So I think that sort of mitigates the height impact for me. I think the best indication of the height was the image prepared by the neighbor who's here before us, and it will be an impact to her. But I viewed that image and didn't think it was an impact that I wouldn't consider minor. I look at the this is a neighborhood that can be very active, and I look at the neighboring concerns, and we have the neighbors across the street, across McDonald, across Garden, the neighbor that's immediately on the other side of the lane. Basically, all of the neighbors that are adjacent except the other side of the semi are in support, including quite a supportive letter from the individual at, I think it was 168. And then it's the neighbors that are further afield that have more concerns. Personally, I look at these and I think it's not overly impactful with the caveat that, yes, improving soft landscaping should be something that's part and parcel of getting this approval.
Okay. We do put in a condition, if you're going to approve it, is the the rear yard to be soft landscape. Yeah, okay. Any more comments, or do we have a motion, please? Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead.
So we addressed the landscape on the applicant property, but we haven't addressed the city-owned property with all of the ancillary buildings that are on that. There's a shed, there's all, I mean, would the applicant be willing to remove that, all of those structures as well, and return those back to soft landscaping?
Oh.
Can we ask him? There's a number of little structures, not permanent, look like small sheds and things.
I mean, my thought on that is that it probably is a good idea, but it's already non-compliant. Like someone could make a property standards because it's a property standards complaint. And
okay, I'm just pointing it out that
because
that would be a nice gesture as well.
Through you, Matt. No, sorry, Jonathan. No, we're in committee.
We haven't gone out of committee yet. That's I think we'll figure.
Like I don't disagree.
Okay,
with
so
you.
it's a property.
I agree with you, Paul. I see that, and I don't particularly like it, but it's a property standards issue that they've encroached the city.
I'm not even sure you're allowed to build that fence, are you?
No, it's not. It's not.
Thing about
well,
that
I mean,
wrong.
I make this comment just in discussion, but to me, it doesn't look as though it is something that would be legal.
Yeah, it's not uncommon, right?
Yeah, people do it.
So
it's
I don't
not.
think the
It's
city
not our.
enforces it very well, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not our bailiwick, but.
And it's for us, but then there are also no comment on that from the neighbors on the fence and the shed, right? Okay, so do we have any more comments? And please go give her the motion if you are ready.
Sure. I'll put forward a motion to approve the application with the condition that all of the landscaping between the rear wall of the home and the proposed garden suite be soft landscaping.
And there's a forestry condition 3.
And also subject to forestry condition 3.
And through the chair, sorry, there's Metrolinx if you wish to impose it.
I won't impose the Metrolinx. But I would like, if Madam Secretary Treasurer is okay with it, for us to put an on-the-record note that the applicant's agent advised of an intention to reconstruct the driveway with permeable pavers. Just so that there's a record of that.
Good idea. I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, we have a second. All in favor with those conditions? Yeah. I cannot see. Mr. McCain, dissent.
Sorry, just I'm wondering if maybe since we're going on the record and making a for the record anyway, perhaps we should also include a line of something to do with the fencing and the insular. You know what? Never mind. We've voted.
Might go a little bit beyond our.
Yeah. Our ambit.
Yeah, we control the appearance. Okay, it's 4-1 approved with the conditions, and Mr. McCain dissent. Okay. Okay, ready for item number 15. It's 76 Hillsdale Avenue East. This is the construction. I'm sorry. What did I say?
76.
78 Hillsdale Avenue. This is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling as a basement level. It's 2-story because the basement is considered 1 level, with an integral garage and a front porch and a rear basement walkout and rear second level deck. We received a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs, and also decisions affecting other properties. And we have tree protection plan and presentation material from the agent. We received comment from transportation engineering and staff from urban forestry and also from MetroLinks. We have 13 signature of petition support, and we have oppositions from 58 Hillsdale Avenue East. And this is all we have received.
Through the chair, sorry, you mentioned a petition and support for this one?
Yes, 13 signature of support, yeah. Yeah, before, on Hillsdale Avenue, I did mention that, yeah.
Through the chair, we'll just clarify that. Also, the Metrolinx report is advisory.
Oh, yes, yeah. All right.
We have the agent online, and we have 2 registered speakers online, 1 in opposition, 1 in support.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Ali
Yes.
Shakiri, 26 Shepherd Avenue East.
Can you speak a little bit louder or more into your mic? Yeah.
Indeed.
Yes, please, yeah. Can you repeat your name and address, yeah?
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay. You do have some opposition wants to speak, so we require a presentation from you. Yeah.
Sure.
5 minutes, yeah.
Indeed. The variances are self-explanatory. We are requesting for additional floor space index. Most of that is due to the basement that is considered.
Just wait a second. We can start the clock. Yeah, please. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So if regarding that floor space index, most of it is because of the basement, which is above grade. So let's say if we were to dig that basement to be, I mean, if you go to the 4th page of my presentation, there is a graph that is very clear. So without the basement, the FSI of this building is only 0.75, less than 0.75, yes. So basically, we find that pointless to dig the basement any further because there is cost and some other structural complications. And with regards to the wall height, it's just the underside of the eaves, as you can see, for the front and the rear wall. The looking at the front elevation, this is, and I see on the opposition letter, the mentioning modern design. It's not modern design. This is just a simple, classic, timeless sort of architecture. I have submitted some photos. If you look at the photo, there is presence of the tall buildings. This is very close to the Young Corridor. So I mean, usually these type of lots are proposed for fourplexes and garden suites and such that you will see every day. I'm very glad that my clients who have actually owned this property for 20 years decided to build their home on it with the most modest way. There are some support evidence of the previous decisions if you want to review. Oh, by the way, the support petition is 18 people have supported. There is an updated version. My clients know almost everybody in the neighborhood. I'm very surprised that there is an objection letter. However, I reviewed the objection letter. I didn't find any planning merit on it. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so we hold our questions, or you want to? Yeah, let's listen to the oppositions first, yeah. Okay, the two speakers.
Alan Pestalozzi, 58 Hillsdale Avenue East. I was the one who submitted the opposition letter that I believe you're familiar with.
Okay.
So I guess I'll just start by going over what I wrote in the letter. My main concern is that this kind of sets a precedence to disregard the existing bylaws. And so because there are specifically so many size-related variances that have been requested, that's basically my concern here, is that this sets a precedence that these bylaws are not something that need to be respected in applications. Now, I have some notes on the specific bylaw variances that were requested. The floor space index, as already mentioned, that's mostly because of the basement. So, okay. Regarding the height, again, I think in combination with all of the other size-related variances, it starts to put a bad precedence in place. Regarding item number 4, which was the eaves being 0.3 meters to a lot line. This one I think is the one that I'm stuck most on, and that's for concern of the building of a new property on the neighboring side of the applicant's lot. For myself personally, my neighbor's house, their roof does drain in between, obviously, like it's a sloped roof, and if their eaves troughs have not been cleaned, then the water flows over that roof into what was once possibly an operating French drain, but it's a little clogged up now, and the result is that we have a damp foundation wall, and you can see the rust inside the electrical outlets from the excessive dampness there. So in my opinion, the houses in this neighborhood are already too close. So if a new house is built on the neighboring lot, there's not going to be any space left there. So I think that one's the one that I'm actually most firm on, not just to, this is kind of to protect both the applicant's house and the neighboring lot. So it's kind of just this bylaw is in place for good reason, I believe. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. The size-related concerns are about setting a precedence that the bylaws can be and should be simply ignored. So I'm very, very concerned about that in general.
Okay, thank you. And the question, you're finished, right, your presentation?
Yeah, I think that's all I really have to say. Okay, I mean, basically what I wrote in the letter.
See if we have questions for you. Just wait. Any questions to this speaker? No. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
We can bring the next one.
Through you, Madam Chair. The other speaker is actually the owner, so no need to go to them.
Oh, okay.
Confirm that the owner supports this?
Yeah, to confirm. Yeah, but then maybe they have something specific to want to say. Oh, all right, so there's no more questions. And let's bring back the agent to address the issues raised by the previous speaker. Yeah.
Well, I think we are here for a reason. You know, the Committee of Adjustment is where we actually come and seek variances from, and that's been so for a very long time. So I am not sure if the neighbor was suggesting to just basically nobody has the right to come to Committee of Adjustment or whatever, but you know, we do come here, ask for variances that we find reasonable. The house, if you look at my support material, we are actually improving the existing situation with regard to the side yard. We are in compliance with the side yard. It's only the eaves. I wish to have my support material present on the screen, if you don't mind. So we are improving the situation. We are not asking for the side yard variance, that variance only for the tip of the eaves trough. That is going to lead the downspout to the ground, as if, you know, there is there is no variance, and the existing eaves trough on this house, and once again, I truly appreciate if my support material is displayed. The existing eaves trough is encroaching over the property line by about maybe 20 centimeters or so. So now we have improved that situation considerably. Yes, that site plan that I submitted in support, the second page, yes, that's the existing, the yellow highlighted is the existing house. In some portions is like 30 centimeters. And the eaves trough is encroaching over that by about 45 centimeters. Speaking about the opposition, I noticed that they do have a house that is 3-story over the garage. So as just comparing to what we're presenting here, they have another story on top of it, and the distance between this house, between their house and the neighbor, is like maybe about a foot. Or slightly more than that. So whatever the situation they have with their own neighbor, I mean, I don't know, but they are not an adjacent neighbor. Our neighbors have signed in support, and as I mentioned, my clients know the entire neighborhood. They have been there forever. What we're proposing here. We don't, we find it minor. We hope that you feel the same way. And if you have any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
We do have some question.
Yeah, so you're proposing an integral garage, and this is an area, I think it's covered by the Davisville secondary plan, which has a prohibition on integral garages. So you're seeking a variance from that. Maybe you can speak to that and how that relates to the Davisville plan, which tries to prevent integral garages into new builds.
Yes, ever since that additional section was implemented, most homeowners have like problems with creating some sort of a garage or parking spot. That's why many come to Committee of Adjustment for the integral garage, and this is no different. If you go through the evidence that is submitted, I have shown several of those approvals in the close proximity. Again, this is no different than other applications. If you want to go one by one.
No, I don't think so. I think I just want to establish that your view is that there are many others in the neighborhood that have integral garages and.
No, sir. I mean, maybe I should rephrase it. They do need the garage, and this is a family with kids, and they do require that garage be proposed. For example, the opposing neighbor also has an integral garage, and I'm sure they need it and they use it. So garage, actually, the garage was the most important requirement for my client when they came to me. Say, well, we need a garage. And when I say there are precedents, we studied that, and we noticed that there are many other houses that had the same requirements, and they filed applications to the Committee of Adjustment and got approval for that. In that sense, we basically, it passes our own test that we are not setting a new precedent. My approach is not that, well, some other applicants have been approved, so we should be approved too. No, I mean, from our side, like a case study we do before we put forward an application to Committee of Adjustment to make sure that we are not setting a new precedent. And in this case, we didn't. But the reason we have the garage is that my clients, a family who've been living on that lot for so many years, they do require a garage, and that's absolutely essential for their family life.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first one is about the garage too. You're proposing a 3-car garage, right, from your proposal. Is there a precedent in the area? I mean, most of the garages are triple garage.
No, it's not a 3-car garage. Maybe the graph.
But from your elevation, looks like one. And that's one.
3 panels.
Yeah.
That's cosmetic because there are 3 windows. We just created that to rhyme with the windows. Otherwise, those panels do not represent one. Right. So this is going to be a 2-car garage.
It's 2-car garage. So it's common in the area that with integral garage that they have double garages.
There may be some more. We didn't look at it from that angle, but the lot is.
No. I think that is the area. You said that it's not a precedent to have integral garages. I'm just wondering, you're proposing a double garage. Is that the only double garages, or there are other integral garages in the area? Because I can't get to the map to check that.
I cannot confirm as we stand if there is any other.
That's fine.
Any other double-car garage. What I would say is that this is a garage. It's not a 3-car garage. This is a.
Yeah, you answered the question. Thank you. Yeah. The other question I have is that have you look at the transportation comment that transportation services are asking you to reduce your driveway to the maximum of 3 meters to the entirety. I think that your widest part is like at the current is about 4.88. Can you do that? Can you reduce the whole driveway to 3 meters? Yeah, that's the current. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe if I've seen that report. Not sure why. It doesn't seem to be on AIC, but having said that, I can check it pretty quick, and please bear with me for a second.
Just because they have this, but also when by the look of your site plan arrangement, because you have to come from the side, I think that it's pretty tough to meet this. Even if we're going to approve it, but I just want to point this out. Okay, that's why.
Basically, if we have to, or for any reason, if the transportation wants that reduced to 3 meters, then we have to reduce it to 3 meters, and the rest of the garage, the rest of it will be some sort of a soft landscaping that they can perhaps drive over to go to the garage. So I think we are okay, basically taking the recommendation, although I haven't seen it before this hearing. So I'm just going through the AIC to see if I can see it now.
Through the chair to the agent, it is on the AIC. This correspondence is posted on the AIC. Mm-hmm. Staff also have it on the screen right now, just for clarity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good, yeah.
Right, so, I mean, we can accommodate that. That's not a problem. We can reduce the size of the driveway to 3 meters.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Any other questions, please? So we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay, who wants to start? Yes, please. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think a lot of this application is driven by those the vehicle entrance into the main wall. If you want the vehicle entrance, you also have to have the clearance to do it, which drives the elevation of the lowest point of the pedestrian entrance being elevated so you can get a car underneath it. It also impacts, so a lot of this, like say these 3 of the minor variance requests are driven by that requirement to pull a vehicle into the building. Not sure how I feel about that. The other thing is that for a new build, that they can't comply with the roof eave projected minimum distance is somewhat strange to me that they can't come up with 15 centimeters. So again, I don't understand why for a new build, they need to ask for that. I just find that's kind of disingenuous.
Yeah.
So I don't have any problem with the FSI growing. It's a big property. It can accommodate a large house. So I'm a little torn over that. I think, again, it's clear to me that a lot of the things here are driven by vehicle parking in the building. And there are examples on the street of the same, so.
I agree. I think the other variances, they're supportive, but the driveway and the integral garage for this particular site, I found it very difficult to support because there's a hydro pole, there's tree, and also transportation asking for a 3-meter driveway means that maybe even if they allow, it should be just like a very straightforward, the one car integral garage, and this is like too much.
I don't have an opinion, support or not support based upon the garage. I just wanted to communicate that that's an impact of the desire to have it.
Yes.
And if you do look them down the street, there are plenty of new builds that have garages in the street in contradiction to kind of the standard or the kind of the area kind of preference. So. Anyway, that was just my commentary for the committee.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Philip, yeah, and Harry, yeah.
I will say that I think integral garages are not that desirable, to be honest, in old neighborhoods in the city. Normally it's not something, I've approved many applications where they have been there because they haven't been in an area where the zoning prohibits the entry of a vehicle through the front wall of a home. But the GTA, I would say, in excess, without looking at any statistics, I'm sure I would be right to say in excess of 95% of all residential land in the GTA is somewhere where you can have an integral garage. It's very few and far between the neighborhoods that don't have that, and this is one of them. We're extremely close to what's going to be an interchange station at Yonge and Eglinton, and to try to maintain a character of a neighborhood where kind of a more old-time neighborhood, I think there's some merit to that. But, on the other hand, I would say it's, so I do think, I will come out and say I think it's undesirable to have the integral garage. Is it minor in the context of a street where there are lots of other integral garages? That's where perhaps I suppose it could be swayed. But it is a double car rather than a single.
Okay.
Yeah, this integral garage, this has come up several times, and we always struggle with it, in part because residents of this neighborhood and the ratepayers have come to an agreement with City Council about this area being unique and not necessarily requiring. But if you do go up and down the street, yes, there are integral garages, or alternatively, there are driveways. People are parking their cars out in front on pads or in front of an integral garage. So if the objective is to not have cars on the front, then that fails by having a prohibition on this. I think where Paul alluded to it is where the integral garage comes in is when you have to elevate the overall structure sufficiently to have enough room to bring a car in there. And while this one has a variance for sidewalls, it's not overall height. So if, for example, this application was coming in at 10 plus meters high, I think I'd have some difficulty with it because that extra height is driven by the garage. In this instance, I don't see that, and I don't see the overall height of this structure as being dramatically different from the existing stock. So I don't think that the garage has a detrimental impact on the neighborhood in the context of height, nor for parking. People are going to park either in front of their garage or in the garage. So in this particular case, I don't personally have a problem with the garage.
I'll add one other comment, is that this is for the existing owners, and we're seeing a lot of themes where this age in place. So this building has an elevator in it, so it allows the occupants to drive in and use an elevator.
Right.
So I think that's part of the consideration as well, is that it's allowing the current owners to remain on the property for a longer period of time.
Good point.
Which I think is a factor, a real issue that we're looking at as people age in these older houses. So, thank you.
I will say, though, the point that Paul made at the start about it raises everything. I mean, it is also raising the front porch, and it does create this much more impersonal built form compared to a house that's more related to the street. So I think that's a factor as well.
Okay. All right. So any more comments? Do we have a motion? One start with a motion. Oh, what about the transportation? Even if we were going to approve it,
Oh, yeah, for
yes, we will impose that. Okay. Just to remind you, and there are also forestry condition 1 and 2. Who wants to start with a motion?
I'll start with the motion.
Yeah, please, Paul. Yeah.
I recommend we approve this application. I'm going to try for this group, but I'd like to commentary. Approve this application with the combination of transportation request for a 3-meter wide drive. And I think there was a report.
1 and 3, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about the advisory.
Sorry, through the chair, is the panel member's mic on?
Okay.
Sorry about that. Why don't I start over? I recommend we approve this application with the recommendation for transportation of a 3-meter wide drive, as well as the forestry recommendation 1 and 3, if I recall correctly. And I don't think there's any other conditions.
You raised concerns about the eaves. Are you?
Yeah, so I mean, I just wanted to point out that I find that it's, as a new build, it seems.
But that's not your motion, though, right?
I'm just wondering whether
we
you
haven't
wanted
gone
to
back to
address
the
it.
applicant asking if he would make that adjustment. I just wanted to point that out, that it's already a existing non-compliant situation, the existing house. And this one, I don't think it makes it better.
Are we coming out of the committee and ask him that question? So what question you're asking? I'm sorry, I got a bit lost.
If they need the 15 centimeters for the eaves.
Oh, okay. Is it relating to one variance? Yeah?
It's conditions, variance, I'm sorry. Let's reset.
Variance number 4.
Variance number 4, whether they can delete that, right? That's the question.
Yeah, why don't we ask? Why don't we go out?
Okay, let's get out of the committee, and then let's bring back the agent. There's a questions of variance number 4. Since you're asking so little, would that make more sense to delete it? And you just comply?
Technically, we can eliminate it. And to be honest, if that's between getting that approval, I mean, if
we are discussing it. We are asking you a question. Yeah, that's
yes, it is possible. It is possible. I don't, as an architect, I don't find that technically
Thank you. Yeah.
a good. But I can remove and comply.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You answered the
out.
question. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So he can. Yeah. If he wants.
You can eliminate variance.
Okay, why don't we proceed again? Start over. Recommend approval of the application with transportation's recommendation for a 3-meter drive,
And then-
forestry's conditions 1 and 3, and that we eliminate requested variance number 4.
It's amended agenda. So anyone want to second that motion?
Yes, I will.
Mr. McKay, second. And all in favor? 3-2. Philip and I. Oh, 4.
No. I'm opposed.
Yeah, so Philip and I oppose, yeah. It's, my reason is mainly the integral garage.
Two more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, approve 3-2, yeah. With all the conditions and amended agenda. Okay. Anyone needs a break? Or are we going to go through two more?
Why don't we push, we've only got 3 more.
Two more.
2 more?
Finish the morning.
Through the chair, 2 more items. Item 18 was deferred,
Why don't we
remember?
push on?
So we push on, right? Okay, good spirits. Item number 14 is 14 Redland Avenue. This is to alter development standard. It's a site-specific bylaws of 36-story mixed-use building and to permit an indoor amenity space on the rooftop. There will be a total of 352 residential dwelling units and 62 units will be rental replacement units. And a committee adjustment consider and approve variance to the zoning bylaw under minor variance decision previously. However, the construction alteration necessitates further minor variances. We receive a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, a cover letter from the agent and decision affecting the property, an arborist report, presentation material from the agent, and the staff report from community planning, and also a diagram 2 of the site-specific bylaw. Yeah.
Through the chair, just for clarity, the staff report from community planning pertained to the previous application, so the agent had just submitted it for reference, but there's no current community planning comments or report for this application before you today. So through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
Do you want me to proceed with speaking?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were
waiting for
online.
someone
I'm
online.
just
No,
waiting for someone. Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
here
welcome.
in person.
Yes.
My name is Mona El-Shari, and I'm a senior planner at Bosfields Incorporated. We're located at 3 Church Street in the city of Toronto. I'm just here today on behalf of the applicant, and I'm happy to go through the presentation if you require me to. Otherwise, happy to also move on to the question period.
Yeah, let's check that first. Anyone wants to have a presentation? You have questions? Okay, no one seems to want to have a presentation.
So in a nutshell,
Yeah.
you're just modifying your top story to allow for some amenity space up there?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, we are only asking to permit for indoor amenity space to be located atop of the building and within the approved mechanical penthouse area.
Mm-hmm.
This was also contemplated in the original minor variance application. It was just an oversight that the 2 variances requested for you today weren't included.
Mm-hmm. I have a very quick question. You see, this is a 32-story high, right? So the rooftop garden or amenity space, is it like the wind will be a problem? Well, now, what kind of measures you take to minimize that wind effect over there?
Through you to Madam Chair, the building is 36 stories in height.
36.
The indoor amenity space will be within the enclosed mechanical penthouse. There is also an outdoor amenity space that is contemplated, and a wind study was submitted in support of the original application. There will be mitigation measures that are implemented to ensure that
on the amenity area specifically. What kind of measures usually? I just want to know.
Through you, Madam Chair, it will be landscape features as well as windscreens that will be provided.
Or the landscape with some vegetation to break down the wind?
Ropes.
No, because this is very high, right? Okay.
So you're being consistent, your amenity space percentage of the overall footage, it's all consistent with the original site plan?
That's correct, through you, Madam Chair. The indoor amenity space variance that we're seeking today is actually required to meet the minimum indoor amenity space that's approved.
Yeah.
Good.
And also in your application, you're asking the reduction of parking spaces, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a variance that was already approved in the February.
Already, so
yeah.
because it's in the
Original application.
Yeah, in the presentation. Okay, I don't have any more questions. Anyone more?
I'll make a motion on this one. I think it is a very technical variance, and I think, you know, it really is the applicant becoming compliant with what the amenity space requirements are. It seems to make perfect sense. So I'm happy to move approval, no conditions.
We have a second? Second, if no condition, all in favor? Approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Didn't see you in the beginning. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, now we are on the last item this morning, this afternoon. And it's item number 17 is 54 Cur Road. This is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by enclosing the front porch into habitable space and to construct a new front porch with stair and a rear two-story addition with a new ground floor deck. We received site plan, survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, cover letter, and arborist report from the agent. We received comments from transportation and also urban forestry. We have received support of, seem to have the same address, 54 and also 49 Cur Road. Yeah. And we are ready for the agent. I think this.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2814 Hollington Crescent.
Mm-hmm. You have support, but you don't have any opposition. See if we need a presentation from you. Anyone wants the presentation? Okay, no more. How about any questions? Then we can go into questions. Okay, no questions. So we don't have any questions. Do you have anything specific you want to tell us before we move into discussion?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that seems to be okay. Now we are in committee. Seems to be quite straightforward. I have. Anyone wants to start? Yeah, Mr. Gauss, please.
Yeah, I think I'll move right into a motion. I think it's pretty straightforward. Porch enclosure and a two-story rear addition that's in keeping with expansions of homes of this nature across the city. So despite the fact that there are a number of variances when you look at it as a whole, I consider it minor and would move to approve it.
Okay. Do I have a second for that motion? Yeah, Mr. Gauguin first. Sorry.
No problem.
There's a second. All in favor with forestry condition number 1, I think.
Yes, with forestry number 1, yes.
Okay, all in favor. Yeah. Unanimously approved. Thank you. It's approved. That marks the end of our morning sessions. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll resume or start the afternoon agenda at 3:12 p.m.
Oh, 3:12, okay.
So members, kindly turn off your videos and mute your microphones. Thank you.
Can you tell the people just came in? Yeah.
Yes, and through the chair to the audience, like I just said, we just finished the morning session, as you're aware, and we'll be starting the afternoon session at 3:12 after the lunch break. Thank you.